My name's Alan. I was 37 when this happened. I was living just outside of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho at the time, but this story took place a few hours southeast, near a little stretch of land between Ennis and Cameron, Montana. That whole area feels like it hasn't changed in 100 years. Old cabins, dusty back roads, forests that go on forever. My Uncle Rick had owned a hunting cabin up there for decades. He died in 2019, liver failure. He never had kids, never married. I guess I was the closest thing to family that stuck around. When he passed, he left the cabin to me in his will. I hadn't even been there in years by that point. I remembered it as this cold, cramped place with a leaky roof and mice in the pantry. Nothing about it made me want to rush back. But in May of 2020, right when everything felt like it was shutting down, I finally made the drive out. I wanted a break. I'd been working from home for 2 months, and my apartment walls were starting to close in. I told myself I'd go for a weekend, clean the place up a little, maybe hike around like we used to do when I was a kid. That was the plan. What ended up happening still doesn't sit right with me. Took most of the afternoon to get there. The cabin sat about 7 miles up a narrow gravel road that split off the main highway. It wasn't marked, just a dirt path between 2 trees and a bent old fence post. I almost missed it, but I remembered the turn. Somehow, the path wound up through the trees, getting steeper and rockier as I went. My truck bounced hard over some of the bigger rocks, and a few low branches scraped the roof loud enough to make me flinch. When I finally pulled up, the sun was low and orange, cutting through the trees like fire. The cabin looked about how I remembered. 1 story, slanted roof, chimney crumbling a little at the top. The porch had sunk on one side, and the wood looked dark with rot. The whole thing was leaning a little to the left. Still, it felt weirdly comforting. Familiar. Like an old flannel shirt that doesn't quite fit anymore. I stepped out, stretched my legs, and walked the perimeter. The shed out back was still standing, though the door was half off its hinges. The pump for the well had rusted solid. I figured I'd be relying on the bottled water I'd brought with me. The air smelled like pine, wet dirt, and old wood. I stood there a long time just listening. No cars, no people. Just the wind through the trees and the occasional chirp of birds. Inside, it was musty as hell. Dust hung in the air like fog. The couch was covered in a sheet, and everything had that yellowed tint of being forgotten. Dead flies in the windowsills, mouse droppings in the corners. But the old propane heater worked after a few tries, and I managed to get some light going with the old battery-powered lanterns I found in the kitchen. I didn't want to run the generator unless I had to. That first night was uneventful. I ate a cold can of stew, drank a beer, and fell asleep on the couch under my coat. The wind picked up around midnight, and a branch kept tapping against the window near my head. I got up to break it off, but when I looked outside, I realized there wasn't a branch close enough to be tapping the glass. I stood there for a long time, staring out into the trees. There was nothing there, probably just the wind rattling the window frame. I went back to bed and forced myself to sleep. The next morning, I got up early and went for a hike. I followed the same old trail my uncle had cut decades ago. A winding path that circled down past the creek and back up through a thicket of lodgepole pines. The trees were dense, the ground soft and spongy from recent rain. It was quiet in that way that makes you feel like you're being watched. Not in a paranoid way, just that odd weight of silence you feel when you know no one else is around. A few hours in, I saw prints. Not boot prints. Not animal either, not like any I recognized. They were too narrow, too long. No clear heel and only 4 toes. Almost like someone barefoot had walked through, but with oddly shaped feet. I crouched down to look closer. The prints were deep, whatever made them was heavy. But there was something off about the way they were spaced. The stride was long, too long for a person. They moved across the trail, then disappeared into the trees. I stood there a while, staring at the tracks. I told myself it was probably just some kind of distorted animal print. A bear sliding in the mud, maybe, but I'd seen bear prints before and this wasn't it. I kept walking, but I kept looking over my shoulder too. By the time I got back to the cabin, it was almost dark. I was muddy, sore, and starving. I warmed another can of food over the little propane burner and sat out on the porch to eat. The trees swayed slow in the wind, and I could hear the creek running down the hill. It should have been peaceful, but I kept feeling like something was just out of sight. I caught myself staring too long at the tree line, listening too hard. Every creak of the cabin sounded like a footstep. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay there on the couch, coat pulled up to my chin, and listened to the wind. But sometime past midnight, I heard something else. A soft thump outside, then another. It wasn't wind. It wasn't an animal rummaging around. It was deliberate, heavy, like someone walking slowly around the cabin. I didn't move. I just lay there, heart hammering, ears straining. The footsteps stopped near the front door. Then I heard a sound I'll never forget. It was like breathing, low, rasping breaths, right on the other side of the wall. Too loud to be the wind, too long between inhales to be a deer or an elk. I sat up slowly and reached for my flashlight. I didn't turn it on. I just sat in the dark, waiting. After maybe 5 minutes, the sound stopped. I waited another hour before I moved. The next morning, I stepped outside and walked the perimeter again. There were tracks in the mud by the porch. The same weird, narrow prints I'd seen in the woods. Only this time, they circled the entire cabin. I stopped near the window where I'd been sleeping. There was a long smear on the glass. Not a handprint, just a greasy streak like something had pressed its face to the window. I packed up my gear and sat in the truck for an hour, trying to convince myself to leave. I should have left. I knew that, but something made me stay. Pride, maybe, or just plain stupidity. I told myself it was just some animal, maybe a trick of the mind. I decided to stay one more night, just one more. That day, I didn't hike. I stayed close to the cabin, cleaned up a little, patched the leaky roof as best I could with a tarp I found in the shed. I tried to keep busy. I didn't want to think about the prints. I didn't want to think about the sound outside my window. That night, I built a fire in the pit out back. I sat out there with a beer, wrapped in a blanket, watching the flames and trying not to look into the trees. The light didn't go far. It made the forest look darker somehow, the shadows deeper. Around 10, I heard something move in the brush. Not far, just beyond the tree line. I stood up, flashlight in one hand, fire poker in the other, and scanned the woods. Nothing, just silence. I stayed out there until the fire burned low. I didn't want to go inside. I didn't want to be trapped in that little wooden box with no way to see what was coming. When I finally did go in, I locked the door, propped a chair under the handle, and sat on the couch with the flashlight in my lap. I didn't even try to sleep. Around 3 in the morning, I heard the footsteps again. Slower this time, more deliberate. They circled the cabin once, then stopped at the back wall. The one nearest the old shed. Then came the scratching. It started low, just a soft scrape like nails on wood. Then it got louder, more insistent. I stood up, holding the fire poker tight in one hand. The scratching moved up the wall toward the roof. Then silence. I waited, barely breathing. Then something landed on the roof with a heavy thump. I felt it shake the ceiling beams. Whatever it was heavy. I turned off the flashlight. I didn't want to be seen. It moved slowly across the roof. I heard the creak of the wood, the drag of something across the shingles. It stopped above the bedroom, then moved again toward the front. Then silence. I stood there in the dark, fire poker clutched tight, heart pounding. I waited for the footsteps, for the knock at the window, for anything, but nothing came. Eventually, the sun rose. I stepped outside, shaking. The roof had long scratch marks down the shingles, the kind you'd make with claws or fingers. I didn't wait to eat. I threw my bag in the truck, started the engine, and drove. I didn't stop until I hit the highway. I didn't look back, not once. I didn't tell anyone about it when I got home. What was I going to say? That something stalked me in the woods? That something climbed onto the roof and tried to get inside? But I did some reading about old stories, local legends. There's something people whisper about in those parts. Not a ghost, not a monster, something older, something that takes on the shape of things. Predator, a mimic. I'm not saying I believe all of it. I'm not even saying it was real. But I sold the cabin 2 months later, and I haven't gone into the woods since. I didn't plan to pass the cabin. If I had thought it through better, I probably would have taken the longer route through town, even with the road construction and stoplights. But I'd left work late, and the sun had already started dipping behind the hills. It was one of those late September evenings where the light fades fast and the air cools off just enough to make you want to hurry home. I was driving my 2013 Subaru Forester through rural Washington, about 10 miles from Morton. That stretch between town and Alder Lake had always been quiet, a little too quiet, especially when you're alone.
No billboards.
No gas stations. Just tall trees hugging the road like sentries and the occasional flash of deer in the brush. I hadn't been out that way in over 2 years. Not since the divorce. Derek and I had lived in that cabin for 4 years before everything fell apart. I was 32 when I left, still working part-time at the animal clinic and trying to figure out what came next. Now I was 35, a little more settled, a little more careful with the choices I made. I hadn't wanted to think about him or the cabin for a long time. But tonight, with my gas light on and my phone nearly dead, I figured the back road past Alder Lake would shave 10 minutes off the drive, just long enough to get to the gas station before dark. I didn't expect anything to happen, but something did. I remember the turn clearly, sharp and easy to miss. The first half mile was rough gravel, kicking up dust behind me. Then it smoothed out into old cracked pavement. The trees on either side looked thicker than I remembered. Overgrown. The kind of growth that happens when nobody's around to maintain anything. The cabin was still 2 miles ahead when I noticed something strange. The road had always run clean through the woods and wrapped around the lake. There were a few hunting shacks deeper in, but only Derek's cabin sat close enough to the road to be visible. As I drove past a bend near a small creek, I saw fresh tire tracks in the dirt shoulder. They weren't there last time I came through, and they definitely weren't from my car. Too wide, probably a truck. Heavy tread. Recent, too, the mud hadn't dried yet. I slowed a little but didn't stop. No reason to. People still hunted out there in the fall. It wasn't unusual, but the feeling didn't go away. That prickly, silent kind of pressure behind your ears, like something's watching you, came on suddenly, just past the turnoff to the old ranger station that had been closed down for a decade. Then I saw the cabin, Derek's cabin. The trees had grown up around it, branches clawing at the roof like fingers. The paint on the siding was even more peeled than I remembered, and one of the shutters hung at a crooked angle. The front porch looked like it had sagged a bit more, and the steps were starting to rot. Still, it was standing, still there after everything, and there was a light on inside. I didn't stop the car, but I slowed down to a crawl. There had never been a light left on in that place, not since he left. Derek had moved to Spokane in 2021 and cut off all ties. We hadn't spoken since the papers were signed. He didn't rent the place out. I knew because I'd checked last year out of morbid curiosity. The property taxes were still under his name, but he wasn't living there. So why was there a light? I told myself it didn't matter. Maybe someone bought it recently. Maybe squatters got in. Not my business anymore. Just keep driving. I made it another 200 yards before my car sputtered. That damn gas light. I rolled to a stop on the side of the road, cursing under my breath. I'd known I was low, but I thought I had more than enough to make it back to Morton. I was wrong. I tried turning the key again. Nothing. My phone had 5% battery. No signal. Of course. I looked down the road, squinting. Nothing but trees and gravel stretching in both directions. The light in the cabin flickered, barely visible now through the pines. It was the only structure for miles. I didn't want to go back. I really didn't. But the idea of sitting in a dead car in the woods while it got dark was worse. So I grabbed my flashlight from the glove box and locked the car. The walk back was slow. The air had dropped a few more degrees, and I could see my breath if I exhaled hard. The trees rustled with wind, or maybe it was just birds settling in for the night. Every sound felt sharper than usual. When I got back to the cabin, I stood by the edge of the trees for a moment, just watching. No movement. The light was still on. A soft yellow glow in the front room. The kind of light that comes from a lamp, not a ceiling fixture. I remembered that lamp. We used to keep it on the end table next to the wood stove. It had a green glass shade and an old brass base derrick found at a garage sale. I moved closer. The porch creaked under my boots. The door was shut but not locked. I tested the knob and pushed it open just enough to call inside. Nobody answered. I didn't hear anything. The inside looked exactly the same as it had in 2021. Same plaid couch. Same coffee table with the water rings from forgotten mugs. Same stack of old magazines. But the dust was gone. Everything was clean. Too clean. The lamp was on, just as I remembered it. There was a mug on the table, steam rising from it. I froze. Someone was here. I didn't want to be seen. I backed off the porch slowly, heart hammering in my ears. That's when I heard a sound from behind the cabin. Not footsteps, a dragging noise, heavy, something being pulled across the ground. I ducked low and moved off the porch, cutting into the side woods to avoid being seen. I circled around the far side of the cabin, stepping carefully between roots and patches of moss. The dragging sound grew louder. When I came around the back corner, I saw it. Tarp, big, dark green, and inside it, something long, heavy, and human-shaped. Couldn't breathe, couldn't move. The person dragging it was a man, late 40s, stocky build, wearing a flannel jacket and a black cap. He didn't see me. He was focused on pulling the tarp toward the tree line, where a shallow pit had already been dug. I didn't recognize him. He wasn't Derek, but I recognized the boots. Derek used to wear a pair just like them. Dark brown with worn soles and duct tape around the ankle. Work boots. My stomach turned. I stepped back and nearly snapped a branch under my foot. The man paused, straightened up, and looked around. I crouched low behind a stump and held my breath. After a long minute, he kept dragging the tarp. I waited until he disappeared into the trees before I moved. I ran. Not back to the car, but into the opposite woods, deeper, hoping to loop around to the road without being seen. I didn't stop running until I hit the gravel again, half a mile past where my car sat. When I finally made it back, I stayed low, watching the road for any sign of headlights or movement. Nothing. The man hadn't followed. I got into the car, locked the doors, and tried the ignition again. Still dead. I sat there in the dark, shaking, flashlight off, phone on 1%. Then, finally, a pair of headlights. A red pickup pulled up behind me, and a man stepped out. Not the same one from the cabin. Younger, friendly looking. He asked if I needed help, and I nodded. He offered to drive me to Morton. I didn't argue. I didn't say a word the whole way. I filed a report the next morning. Didn't matter. By the time the sheriff's office checked the cabin, there was no light.
No mag. No tarp.
No body. The pit behind the trees was filled in and covered with pine needles. No signs of struggle. They said the place looked abandoned. I knew what I saw. I gave them everything, license plate from the red truck, the direction the man dragged the tarp, everything. They said they'd follow up. I never heard back. I don't know if it was Derek. I don't know if he sold the cabin or if someone just took it over. But I haven't been back since. It's been 6 months now. I've moved to Olympia, switched jobs, got a new number. I don't take shortcuts anymore. I still think about that light in the window, that mug of tea, that man dragging something that looked like a body. Whoever he was, he knew how to clean up, knew how to vanish, knew how to make a body disappear. But I remember, I saw it. And if I hadn't run, if I hadn't left when I did, I think I might have ended up in that tarp too. Some roads are quiet for a reason. Some cabins stay forgotten for a reason. And some shortcuts just aren't worth it, no matter how many minutes they save. The cabin stood alone, nestled at the edge of a dense forest in northern Montana, far from any town or city. It was the kind of place most people would avoid, especially during the colder months. But to me, it was exactly what I needed. A quiet, secluded place to escape everything and do some much-needed hunting. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. The ground beneath my boots soft and wet from recent rains. It was late fall, and the leaves were just beginning to change color, though the chill of winter was already creeping in. I had always preferred the solitude of the woods. There was something about the silence, the way the trees stood like sentinels watching over the land, that calmed my mind. It helped me forget the stress of work, the chaos of life. It was just me, nature, and the promise of a few days away from the grind. The cabin had been passed down to me by my uncle, who had spent many years here hunting and taking care of the place. I'd been here a few times before, and every visit felt like stepping into another world. One where time slowed down and nothing mattered but the moment. As I unpacked the truck and gathered my gear, the clouds overhead thickened and the wind began to pick up. A storm was coming. I'd heard the weather report on the radio before I left, but I wasn't concerned. The cabin was sturdy, built to withstand the harshest conditions. And besides, I was used to roughing it. The door to the cabin creaked as I opened it, the wood groaning from years of use. Inside, it smelled like dust and old timber, a familiar scent that instantly made me feel at home. There was a small wood-burning stove in the corner, a few chairs scattered around the room, and a table near the window that overlooked the forest. It wasn't much, but it was enough. The place was simple. No electricity, no running water, but it had everything I needed. I stowed my gear in one of the rooms and decided to take a walk around the property before the rain hit. The forest was quiet, except for the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant calls of birds. I loved this time of year. The air was crisp, and the woods seemed to hold their breath, waiting for winter. As I walked deeper into the trees, I thought I saw something move in the distance. At first, I thought it was just the wind playing tricks, but as I took a few steps closer, I saw it more clearly. An animal hunched over, its shape unnaturally twisted. It darted behind a tree before I could make out what it was. My heart skipped a beat. I had never seen anything like it before, but I shook it off. It was probably just a deer or some other animal, maybe a bear or a wolf. Nothing to worry about. I continued walking, but the strange feeling lingered in the back of my mind. I wasn't sure why, but something about the way it moved unsettled me. By the time I made my way back to the cabin, the first raindrops began to fall. I locked the door behind me and stoked the fire in the stove, settling in for the night. The rain came down in sheets, pounding against the roof and windows, the sound almost deafening. The storm was stronger than I had anticipated, and I knew it would last through the night. I spent the evening reading a book by the fire, trying to ignore the unease gnawing at me. The wind howled outside, and the trees rattled against the cabin as if trying to break in. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It was silly, I knew, but the memory of the thing I had seen in the woods kept creeping into my mind. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination, that the storm was playing tricks on me. Around midnight, the wind picked up even more, shaking the cabin with such force that I could feel the walls tremble. I got up to check the windows, making sure everything was secure, but as I approached the glass, I froze. Outside, standing just beyond the edge of the tree line, was a figure. It was tall, thin, and bent in a way that seemed unnatural. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at it, unsure if I was seeing things. The figure remained still, unmoving, as if watching me. I took a step back, my heart pounding in my chest. There was no mistaking it. I wasn't imagining this. The figure was real. I fumbled for my rifle, which I had kept close by for situations like this. But the moment I turned back to the window, the figure was gone. I stood there, motionless, staring into the night. The rain lashed against the glass, obscuring my view, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there. I checked the door again, made sure it was locked, and then returned to the fire, hoping to calm my nerves. But my thoughts kept drifting back to the figure. What had it been? Was it just some random person passing by? Or was it something else? The night dragged on, and I eventually fell into a restless sleep, the sounds of the storm outside lulling me into a shallow slumber. But I awoke with a start just before dawn, a cold sweat clinging to my skin. The wind had died down, and the rain had stopped, leaving the world eerily still. I felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, as if something was wrong, but I couldn't pinpoint what it was. I grabbed my rifle and went outside, my breath visible in the cold air. The woods were silent, the ground muddy and uneven beneath my feet. I walked cautiously, scanning the trees for any sign of movement. Nothing. The forest was empty. But then I noticed something strange. A set of footprints in the mud, leading deeper into the woods. They were large, uneven, almost as if someone or something had been dragging their feet. I followed the tracks for what felt like hours, my legs aching with every step. The woods grew darker as I went deeper, the trees thickening until they blocked out most of the light. The air grew colder, and a sense of foreboding settled over me. I had no idea what I was following, but something told me it wasn't natural. Then I saw it, a cabin. It was old, abandoned, and looked like it had been there for years, hidden away in the heart of the forest. The door hung ajar, and the windows were dark, like empty eyes staring out at me. I approached slowly, my heart racing in my chest. The tracks led right to the door. I pushed the door open with a creak, the sound echoing in the stillness. Inside, the air was stale, and the floorboards groaned under my weight. There were no signs of life, nothing that would explain why the footprints had led me here. But then I noticed something on the floor, a blood-stained rag, barely visible in the dim light. I knelt down to examine it, and my stomach turned. The smell hit me immediately, sickly, metallic, like something had died. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I stood up, my eyes scanning the room for anything else. And that's when I saw it, the shape in the corner. It was hunched over, its back to me, but there was no mistaking the presence of something living. I raised my rifle, my hands shaking, but before I could react, the thing turned around. It was a man, or at least it used to be. His face was pale, gaunt, and covered in grime. His eyes were wide, unblinking, and filled with a wild, frantic energy. His clothes were torn, and his hands were bloodied, as if he had been through hell. I froze, unable to move, my heart pounding in my ears. The man's mouth opened, but no words came out, just a low, guttural growl. I backed away slowly, my eyes never leaving him. I had to get out of there. I had to leave. I turned and ran. I don't remember much after that. I remember the panic, the adrenaline coursing through my veins, my feet pounding the ground as I ran back toward the cabin. I didn't stop until I was inside, locking the door behind me. I could hear the man's footsteps, slow, deliberate, echoing through the woods, but he never came close. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed by the fire, watching the window, waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. The next morning, I packed my things and left. I didn't want to stick around and find out what else was out there, what the man in the cabin had been. The forest felt different now, darker, as if it was hiding something I wasn't meant to know. I didn't tell anyone about what happened. Who would believe me? I didn't even tell my uncle, but I never went back to that cabin again. Some things I realized are better left unexplored. It was the middle of winter when I found myself alone in the old farm cabin. It wasn't a grand place by any means, just a small wooden structure tucked away in the remote countryside, miles away from the nearest town. The kind of place you only go to if you need to be alone to escape. The isolation had drawn me in. I was tired of city life, tired of people, tired of the constant noise. I'd needed something different, so I rented the cabin for a week, hoping the quiet would help me clear my head. The place belonged to my uncle, though I hadn't seen him in years. He'd passed the cabin down to me when he died a few months back. It was one of those rundown farmhouses people forget about, left to rot over the years. The roof had been patched several times, the wooden walls were warped with age, and the furniture inside was old and creaky, but it felt authentic in a way, like it had history, the kind of history that whispers to you if you listen closely enough. I arrived late that afternoon, just as the sun dipped below the horizon. The air was already turning cold, the kind of cold that gets deep into your bones, making you long for the warmth of a fire. The cabin was still as I approached it. No lights, no signs of life, just the lonely structure standing against the backdrop of the bare trees. The snow had started falling, dusting the ground in a light layer of white. I had to unlock the door, which stuck a little from the frost. Once inside, I was hit with the smell of old wood and dust. It had been a while since anyone had lived here. I set down my bag, grabbed some firewood, and got a fire going in the stone fireplace. The crackling of the flames was the only sound in the cabin, aside from the occasional creak of the wood settling. It wasn't uncomfortable, though. Felt safe almost. The first night went by uneventfully. I cooked a simple meal, read a book, and tried to get used to the silence. There was no internet, no cell service, no distractions. Just the cold and the fire. But the stillness didn't last long. It started small at first. A faint tapping sound from somewhere outside, barely noticeable but enough to make me pause. I told myself it was just the wind or an animal scurrying through the snow. But then it came again, louder this time, like someone was knocking on the window. I didn't dare move at first. My heart started pounding in my chest. There was no one out there, I told myself, just the wind. I had to remind myself of that several times before I finally mustered the courage to go to the window. The snow had started to pick up, and visibility was poor. I peered out into the darkness, but saw nothing. Just the silhouette of trees swaying in the wind, their bare branches twisting like hands in the night. Shaking off the unease, I went back to the fire. I was tired. The cold had a way of making you sleepy, and I needed rest. The fire crackled, and I stretched out on the couch, pulling a blanket over myself. As I drifted off, I felt the weirdest sensation, like someone was watching me, but I was too tired to fight it. I closed my eyes and slept. The next morning, I woke up early, the sun barely rising above the horizon. I threw on my boots and stepped outside to gather more firewood. The air was crisp, and the world felt untouched by human hands, just snow and trees. But as I walked toward the woodshed, something caught my eye. A footprint. Not a big one, but it was there, fresh in the snow. It wasn't my own, and it didn't match the size of any animal tracks I had seen around here. It was almost as if someone had been watching the cabin, and now they had left. I knelt down, examining the print. The shape wasn't quite right, like someone had deliberately tried to hide their tracks, but hadn't done a very good job. There was something off about it. My heart skipped a beat. I felt that same unease creeping back in. I had to shake it off. I was just being paranoid. It was probably just someone passing by, a hiker or a neighbor from a nearby farm. I went back inside and tried to push the thought from my mind. But that night, the tapping started again. First, it was faint, just like the night before. But then it grew louder, more persistent. This time, I didn't hesitate. I grabbed a flashlight and went outside, determined to find the source. I followed the sound, my footsteps crunching in the snow, the beam of light cutting through the dark. The noise led me to the back of the cabin, where the barn used to be. I stopped in my tracks when I saw something, or rather, someone, moving in the shadows. A figure, just barely visible in the dim light, moving cautiously toward the woods. My breath caught in my throat. I stood frozen, watching the person. They didn't seem to notice me at first. I wanted to call out, to demand who they were, but my voice wouldn't come. The figure moved farther into the woods, disappearing into the darkness. I stood there for what felt like an eternity before I finally moved, my legs shaky. I didn't follow. I wasn't going to risk it. I went back inside, locked the door, and sat by the fire, my mind racing. Who was that? What were they doing here? The following day, I decided to leave. I packed up my things and walked out to the car. I hadn't been able to shake the feeling that something was wrong. I told myself it was just my imagination, but the unease wouldn't leave. The tracks in the snow, the tapping at the window, and the figure in the woods. It all added up to something I couldn't ignore. But as I reached the road, I saw something else. A car parked at the edge of the property, not far from the cabin. It was an old, rusted sedan. The sight of it sent a chill down my spine. No one had been here. I was sure of it, or so I thought. Who owned this car? And why was it parked here? My gut twisted. I decided to approach it cautiously. I got closer, but before I could make it to the vehicle, a voice called out from the woods. It wasn't loud or threatening. It was soft, but it made my heart race. A man's voice. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was unmistakable. I didn't stick around to find out. I got in my car, slammed the door, and drove away without looking back. Weeks later, I got a call from the local sheriff. He asked if I had noticed anything strange during my stay at the cabin. I told him about the tapping, the footprints, and the figure in the woods. He said they had received a report of a missing person in the area, someone who had been last seen near my uncle's farm. The man in the woods? They never found him. They never found anything. They never found the car either. It turned out that the cabin hadn't been as isolated as I thought. There had been others, people who had come and gone over the years, people I never saw. There was no explaining the things I saw, but I wasn't about to stay around to figure it out. To this day, I don't know who was out there in the woods. Maybe it was someone lost, or maybe it was something else. But one thing was for sure, I would never return to that cabin again. It had been a long journey to get to the cabin in the French countryside, a trip I didn't expect to make. The plan was simple, a weekend retreat to clear my head. A friend had mentioned it casually, a small, isolated cabin up in the hills near a town called Saint Antoine, perfect for someone like me who needed a break from the endless noise of city life. No Wi-Fi, no phones, just quiet and the wilderness. The drive to the cabin was winding and long. The roads were narrow, lined with thick trees that seemed to close in on me, their branches reaching out like claws. My car crept slowly along the barely paved roads, the GPS beeping sporadically, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the deeper I went, the more isolated I became. It was early autumn, so the air had a crispness to it, and the leaves had started to turn, the landscape dotted with shades of yellow, orange, and red. It was peaceful, but there was an undercurrent to the silence that unsettled me. I had rented the cabin for the weekend, but I couldn't help but notice that it seemed odd. The town was small, almost too small. A few houses, some old stone buildings, and a small market that was only open for a few hours in the morning. When I asked about the cabin, the locals gave me polite but vague responses. "Oh, you'll find it up in the hills," one elderly woman had said with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Nice and quiet, just the way it should be. By the time I pulled up to the cabin, the sun was low on the horizon. The cabin itself was a simple stone structure, weathered by time. It sat on the edge of a small clearing surrounded by trees. The roof had a few missing tiles, but overall it looked sturdy enough. The smell of pine and damp earth filled the air. It wasn't much, just a single-story building with a small porch and a large stone chimney. The windows were small, and the door creaked as I opened it, revealing the modest interior. Inside, there was an old wood stove, a couple of chairs, a table, and a small kitchen area. It felt more like a cabin from the 1950s than something modern. Dust had settled in the corners, and the furniture, though functional, had that worn-down look. But that didn't bother me. I had come for solitude, and this place promised exactly that. As I unloaded my things, the sun dipped behind the trees, and the forest darkened around me. The air turned colder, and I realized how quiet it had become. Not a sound. The only thing I could hear was the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. The silence was heavy, pressing against me, and it felt like the world had forgotten this place existed. I spent the evening alone, cooking a simple meal over the stove and settling into one of the chairs with a glass of wine. The stillness outside seemed to stretch on forever. I thought about the people I had left behind, my work, my friends, the noise of city life. The weekend was supposed to be a reset, but something about this place was making me uneasy. It wasn't just the silence. There was something about the air here that felt different. It was thick with history, with the sense that something had happened in this place long before I had arrived. That night, I went to bed early. The bed was comfortable enough, and I thought I might get a good night's sleep. But sleep didn't come easily. I tossed and turned, the silence pressing in on me. Every creak of the cabin seemed louder in the stillness. At some point, I woke up with a start, heart racing. I had heard something. No, I hadn't just heard it. I had felt it, the feeling of being watched. I lay in the dark, holding my breath, trying to listen. There was nothing, only the wind, the faint rustle of the trees outside. But my skin was crawling. Something wasn't right. I forced myself to close my eyes and eventually fell back into a restless sleep. The next morning, I woke up to the smell of damp earth and pine needles drifting through the open window. The sun had barely risen, casting a soft light on the trees outside. I had hoped the feeling of unease would pass with the daylight, but it hadn't. It had followed me into the morning, like a shadow that wouldn't leave. I made coffee, but it tasted bitter. I sat down at the table, looking out at the woods that surrounded me. I decided to take a walk that day. It seemed like the thing to do, to try and shake off the weirdness I was feeling. The cabin was perched on the edge of a forest, and the trees stretched for miles in every direction. I grabbed my jacket and walked out into the crisp morning air, letting the fresh scent of the forest fill my lungs. The path was narrow, winding through the trees. It was a well-trodden trail, but I couldn't help but notice that it felt off. The more I walked, the more I felt the woods closing in around me. The trees were taller here, their trunks thick and twisted. There was an old, almost oppressive feeling to the place. As I walked, I noticed something strange. The trail seemed to be heading in a different direction than I remembered. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but the path was taking me deeper into the woods. I hadn't seen a soul since I left the cabin. The sound of my footsteps was muffled by the thick carpet of fallen leaves, and everything felt quiet, too quiet. I stopped when I saw something ahead of me, a clearing, but not one that looked natural. The trees around it seemed to bend inwards, as if they were trying to keep something hidden. And in the middle of that clearing stood something that sent a chill down my spine. An old stone well. The well looked ancient, moss-covered, and out of place. It didn't belong here. I walked closer, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. The well had no cover, and the stone was slick with moisture. It was as though it had been forgotten, left to decay in the middle of the woods. I peered inside, but it was too dark to see the bottom. My breath caught in my throat as I felt the distinct sensation that someone, or something, was standing just behind me. I whipped around, but there was no one there. I should have turned back right then, but something pulled me deeper into the woods. I kept walking, the trail now completely unfamiliar. My feet moved almost of their own accord, dragging me further into the forest. The trees grew denser, and the air grew colder, the silence even more oppressive. Then I saw it, a cabin, but not the one I had rented. This one was smaller, older, and in much worse condition. It sat at the edge of another clearing, its roof caved in and the windows shattered. The door hung on its hinges, creaking in the wind. There was no way this cabin was on any map. No way anyone had lived here for years. I stood there, staring at it, unable to move. The feeling of being watched returned, stronger than before. It was as though the woods themselves were alive, holding their breath, waiting for something. My legs shook, but I couldn't turn away. Something about this place felt wrong, like a weight in my chest. I slowly made my way toward the cabin. As I stepped closer, I noticed something strange on the ground. A set of footprints leading toward the door. Fresh footprints, not mine. I froze. Someone had been here recently, very recently. Just then, I heard a snap behind me, branches breaking. I spun around, my heart hammering in my chest, but there was nothing there. No one, only the trees swaying in the wind. Panic surged through me. I turned and ran. I didn't look back. I didn't care to know who or what had been watching me. My only thought was to get back to the cabin, back to safety. I didn't stop running until I was back at the cabin. I slammed the door shut behind me and locked it. My breath was coming in ragged gasps, and my heart was pounding so loudly I could barely hear anything else. I didn't sleep that night. Couldn't. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle in the trees, felt like it was closing in on me. The next morning, I packed up my things and left. I didn't even finish my coffee. I just needed to get out of there. The woods, the well, the cabin, it all felt wrong. The feeling of being watched never left me, even as I drove away, heading back to the small town and then onto the main road. I never went back to that cabin, and I never will. But as I left the hills behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me. Something had seen me, and now it was waiting for me to return. I was 38 when I took a few weeks off from work to build a small off-grid cabin up in northern Idaho. The year was 2019, and I'd finally saved enough to buy a few acres of land not far from Priest Lake. The area was thick with pine and spruce, and it was isolated enough that I wouldn't hear much of anything besides wind and wildlife. That's exactly what I wanted. My job as a contractor kept me on the move all the time. Long hours, tight deadlines, constant traffic. This cabin wasn't supposed to be anything fancy, just a quiet place to get away from things. For walls, a roof, a wood stove, and a bed. I didn't want to rely on anyone else for it. Just my hands, some tools, and time. I got started in early September, thinking the weather would hold long enough for me to at least get the frame up and the roof sealed. The first few days were calm, clear skies, chilly mornings, dry dirt. I parked my truck in a clearing just off the logging road that passed through the edge of my property. I set up a big canvas tent about 20 yards from where I was building. Nothing fancy, just something to sleep in while I worked. My tools, generator, and supplies were locked in the bed of the truck, which I kept covered with a tarp. By the 5th day, I had the floor set on concrete piers and started framing the walls. It was slow work by myself, but steady. I woke up at dawn, drank instant coffee, ate a protein bar, and got moving. I'd work until dusk, take a quick rinse with cold creek water, then lie on my cot reading by lantern light until I passed out. No cell service, no internet, no people. Felt good at first, clean, simple, but things started to shift around the 7th day. That afternoon, the weather turned fast. The clouds had been creeping in all morning, low and gray, and by mid-afternoon it started raining. A cold, tight rain, steady and unforgiving. It soaked the ground and turned everything slick. I had to tarp over the materials and tools and retreat into the tent. I didn't have cell service to check the radar, but I figured it would blow over in a day or two. Didn't. The rain kept coming. 3 days straight, barely a break. I tried to keep working, but with the wind and water, I couldn't keep things level and it wasn't safe. The frame was half done. The skeleton of a shelter. No roof yet. I started to worry it would warp from the water or worse, blow over in the wind. So I used heavy plastic sheeting to wrap it tight, lashed it with rope. I had done enough temporary weatherproofing on job sites to know it might hold, if the wind didn't get worse. The woods changed in that rain. Sound carried in odd ways. I'd hear snapping branches off in the distance, sometimes close enough that I'd freeze and wait for something to show itself. Probably deer, maybe a bear, but still it felt off. By the 9th night, the tent felt damp even on the inside. Water was seeping through the corners. I laid there wrapped in a wool blanket, listening to the endless sound of rain on canvas, trying to sleep. Around midnight, I heard something different. It was subtle but sharp, like a quick series of knocks, maybe on the wood frame. I sat up and held my breath. Came again, for sharp raps, then nothing. I got out of the cot slowly, slipped my boots on, and grabbed the flashlight. I didn't turn it on right away. I unzipped the tent slowly and stepped into the night. The rain hit my face cold and steady. I could barely see more than a few feet in front of me. I walked over to the structure. My boots sank into the soft earth. I looked at the frame, ran my hand along the sheeting. No damage, no sign of anything. I stood there in the rain, listening. That's when I noticed the silence. Even with the rain, the woods usually had background noise. Crickets, frogs, distant birds. That night, it was just water and wind. Nothing else. I scanned the tree line with the flashlight. It hit nothing but dark trunks and wet bark. No glowing eyes. No movement, just a wall of shadow. I went back to the tent, wiped off the water, and lay down, but I didn't sleep. Not really. The next morning, I found a set of footprints about 30 feet from the frame. They weren't mine. I had rubber-soled boots, and these were wide and deep, like heavy hiking boots. They came from the woods, stopped near the plastic-covered wall, then turned back the way they came. The rain had already smoothed some of the edges, but the prints were there. I stood over them for a long time. No one knew I was up here. I hadn't seen another soul since I turned off the highway.
No neighbors, no hikers, no hunters.
I hadn't even seen a plane overhead. The land was mine, posted, gated. I even chained the logging road entrance. I told myself it was probably just a lost hiker or some hunter who wandered in, but it didn't sit right. Who hikes out this far in this weather just to walk up to a half-finished cabin and leave? The rain kept coming that day, but I kept busy checking the structure, reinforcing it with cross beams, drying my tools. I checked the generator. It was low on fuel. I hadn't used it much, but I had it running for power tools when the sun was out. I decided I'd have to refill it soon. The gas cans were locked in the truck, but I brought one out that afternoon and topped it off just in case. That night, the rain came harder. The wind bent the trees. I had to double tie the tent ropes to keep them from ripping free. The noise outside was deafening. Branches crashing, leaves slapping, water pooling. I didn't even try to sleep. I sat up with the flashlight on my lap, staring at the tent wall. Then it happened again. Footsteps, not faint, not far. Heavy, deliberate steps, right outside the tent. I held my breath. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would explode. I reached for the hatchet I kept beside the cot. I didn't unzip the tent. I didn't move. I just sat there in the dark, gripping the handle, listening. The steps circled the tent. Slow, deliberate. Someone or something was moving around it. One full loop, then silence. I waited over an hour before moving. When I finally stepped outside, the woods were empty. The rain had lightened to a drizzle, but there was no one in sight. I checked the mud again. Another set of prints. Deeper this time. Closer. Right beside the tent. Same boot pattern. Same direction. Came in from the woods. Walked a slow circle. Left the same way. I packed my gear and supplies into the truck that morning. I had no cell service and I didn't want to drive out in the middle of a storm, but I also couldn't sit there like a target. The road out was rough, washed out in places, but I made it to the main road and drove into the nearest small town about 40 minutes south. I got a room at a cheap motel and tried to rest, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. I kept picturing those footprints, the way they circled the tent, the timing, the silence. The next morning, I stopped at a gas station, refilled the cans, and considered calling the sheriff. But what would I say? Someone walked near my tent? No damage, no threat, just footsteps? I didn't even have a photo of the prints, and the rain would have washed them away by then. So I went back. It was still raining, but not as bad. The structure had held. My tools were untouched. Tent looked the same, but the weird feeling hadn't gone away. It was worse now, like the woods were watching. I worked for a few hours, enough to feel like I'd made some progress, then took the tarp off the roof beams and started installing the plywood sheeting. I got halfway done when I heard something again. A metallic clang, sharp and quick. I dropped the hammer and turned. The gas can was tipped over, the one I'd used to refill the generator. It was upright before. Now it was laying on its side, the cap twisted loose. I hadn't heard anyone.
No footsteps.
Just the clang of the metal. I scanned the woods again, the trees dripping and dark. I couldn't see far, but I felt it. Someone was close, closer than before, watching. I packed up right then. Tools, tarp, hammer. I wrapped the cabin tight, locked the truck, and sat inside it for 10 minutes before starting the engine. Then I left. I didn't go far that time, just 10 miles back to the motel. I left the tools behind. I needed to think. The next morning I returned again. The frame had been tampered with. One of the cross beams I installed had been ripped down. Not cut, not broken, just pulled. The nails were still attached, bent from force. The plastic sheeting had been sliced. Long, deliberate cuts. Nothing was stolen, just damaged. There were more footprints, more deliberate movement, around the cabin, around the tent, around the truck. It wasn't an animal. No bear pulls nails and slices tarp. That was it. I took everything that fit in the truck and left the rest. I didn't look back. 2 days later, I returned with a friend from Spokane and his brother, both of them ex-military. We brought rifles. We walked the entire property. We found 3 more sets of prints, different sizes, leading off into the deeper woods. We never saw anyone, never found a camp.
No trash. No shelters.
Nothing, but someone had been there, multiple someones, watching, waiting, maybe squatting in the woods, maybe worse. I sold the land a few months later to a developer who wanted to put cabins on it. I didn't tell him what happened. I figured he'd bring in crews, machines, noise. Whatever was out there wouldn't like that. Or maybe they'd just move deeper in. I never built the cabin, but I still think about it. The rain, the silence, the slow, careful footsteps, and how long they must have been watching before they let me hear them. It was the first weekend of November when I decided to take some time off work, escaping the city's noise and the constant grind. I was in my late 20s, recently burned out from long hours and barely having time to breathe. My plan was simple. Find a quiet, remote cabin in the woods, get away from technology, and spend the weekend by myself. No distractions, just the peace of nature, and maybe some much-needed reflection. I found the cabin online, an old wooden structure tucked away in the Adirondacks, about a 3-hour drive north of where I lived. It was advertised as being secluded, cozy, and just the right spot for a solitary retreat. No neighbors, no traffic, just miles and miles of untouched forest. I booked it right away. The cabin belonged to an older couple who had been renting it out for years. The couple's name was Nora and Henry, and their reviews were glowing. Everyone mentioned how warm and welcoming they were, but I was planning to spend most of my time alone. So, after receiving the booking confirmation and details about the cabin's location, I packed my bags. The drive up was smooth for the first hour or so. The landscape around me shifted as I moved further away from the city. The trees began to thicken, and the houses became fewer. It was a beautiful, crisp autumn day, the kind that makes you realize how far removed you are from everything you know. I passed small towns, one after the other, each feeling like it had been stuck in time, isolated from the hustle of the modern world. As I neared the final stretch, the road narrowed, becoming gravel, then dirt. The scenery was breathtaking. The air, cool and fresh, smelled of pine, and the fall leaves were a rich tapestry of red and yellow. I turned off my phone. No need for it, I thought. I would be here for 2 days, and that was it. No calls, no texts, just me and the woods. After another 30 minutes, I finally reached the cabin. It was exactly as the photos had shown. Weathered wood, a small porch with a rocking chair, and the unmistakable charm of an old building that had been standing for decades. The windows were dark, the smoke from the chimney rising in a thin line into the cool air. I could already feel the peace of the place, as though the world had paused for me. I pulled up and parked next to the cabin, noticing there was no other vehicle in sight. I grabbed my bag, checked the small map Nora had sent, and walked up to the porch. The key was hidden under a rock, just as described. I let myself in. The inside of the cabin was just as charming: rustic wooden floors, a stone fireplace, an old wooden table. The smell of pine wood and age filled the air, which I found oddly comforting. There was a large, comfy-looking couch by the fire, a tiny kitchen with an old stove, and a cozy loft above. Everything was simple, but that was exactly what I wanted. The cabin had a charm to it, as though it had been lovingly cared for by its owners over the years. The first night passed without incident. I cooked myself a simple dinner, just some pasta, and then spent a couple of hours reading by the fire. The crackling sound of the burning wood was the only noise in the cabin. I eventually went to bed, the stillness of the place lulling me to sleep. The next day, I woke up early, the sunlight filtering through the small windows. I had planned to take a hike, so I made a cup of coffee, bundled up in my jacket, and headed out the door. The woods around the cabin were dense, but there were small trails that Nora had mentioned in the welcome letter. I grabbed my backpack, slung it over my shoulder, and set off into the woods. The air was cool, the ground damp from last night's rain. The trails were soft beneath my boots, and the smell of wet earth mixed with pine and oak. I wandered for hours, enjoying the peaceful solitude. It was the kind of quiet you can only find in the deep woods, where even the birds seem reluctant to make noise. I paused to admire the beauty of the place, the towering trees, the occasional rustle of leaves, the distant sound of water flowing somewhere in the distance. By the time I returned to the cabin, the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon. I was ready for a warm meal and some rest. As I approached the cabin, something felt off. The front door was slightly ajar. I stopped in my tracks. I was sure I had closed it before leaving, but now it was wide open, just enough for a draft to make the door creak with every gust of wind. I hesitated, my heart racing. I didn't remember locking the door either. I usually wasn't the paranoid type, but the thought of someone being in the cabin made me uneasy. I approached slowly, cautiously. Nothing looked disturbed on the porch, and I didn't see any footprints in the dirt, just my own. Still, the door being open was unsettling. I pushed the door open wider and stepped inside. Everything seemed fine. The cabin looked untouched. I checked the windows, the furniture, the fireplace, all exactly as I had left them. I told myself it was just the wind, maybe pushing the door open a bit. Maybe I was just tired from the hike. But as I walked further into the cabin, I saw something strange. On the coffee table, there was a small, folded piece of paper. It wasn't there before. My heart skipped a beat. I walked over to it and unfolded it carefully. It was a note, simple, written in a hasty, almost frantic hand. Asterisk, I know you're here. You shouldn't have come. Asterisk, my pulse quickened. The words felt like a warning. A chill ran down my spine as I stood there staring at the note. Who could have left this? There was no one around. No one had passed me on the trail. And yet, here was this cryptic message, chilling and threatening. I put the note down and looked around the cabin again. I felt like I was being watched, like there was something lurking just outside my vision. I decided to lock the door and check the rest of the cabin, but there was no sign of anyone. I spent the rest of the night on edge, the note lingering in the back of my mind. I kept hearing strange sounds outside, branches snapping, footsteps on dry leaves. But each time I checked, there was nothing there. The fire crackled in the corner, casting shadows on the walls, and I tried to focus on it, to calm myself, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. When I finally turned in for the night, I double-checked the locks and made sure everything was secure. But sleep didn't come easily. Every creak of the cabin felt amplified. Every gust of wind seemed louder than before. The dark outside the cabin felt alive, like something was moving out there, just out of sight. In the early hours of the morning, I woke to a loud thud. Came from the porch. My heart hammered in my chest, and I lay there frozen for a long moment, straining my ears to listen. Another thud, closer this time. I grabbed the flashlight from the table and slowly made my way to the door. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to see anything. but my curiosity and fear got the best of me. I crept to the door and peeked out through the small crack. At first, I didn't see anything. The porch was empty, but then I saw it, just a glimmer of something moving in the trees. A shadow, too large to be an animal. I froze, not daring to move. The shadow disappeared into the forest. The noise stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, but eventually, I found the courage to open the door fully and step outside. There was nothing there. No sign of anyone. No footsteps. No broken branches. No sign of anything that could explain the noise. After standing there in the cold for a while, I finally went back inside. I didn't feel safe anymore. Not in this cabin. Whoever or whatever had been out there was still close by, and I could feel it. I packed up my things quickly, taking only what I could fit into my bag. My mind raced as I thought of everything. The note, the thuds, the shadow moving just beyond the trees. I didn't even lock the door when I left. I couldn't care less at that point. I just needed to leave. I left the cabin and ran back to my car, not once looking back. The drive out felt endless, like I was being followed, like the woods were closing in on me. When I got home, I immediately contacted Nora and Henry. I told them about what had happened, the note, the sounds, the shadow. They seemed genuinely concerned, but Nora's voice cracked slightly when she spoke. She said that the cabin had been in their family for generations and that nothing like this had ever happened before. But then she paused and mentioned something I hadn't heard before. She said the cabin had a history, something she didn't like to talk about. She mentioned it was built on old hunting grounds, and occasionally, some people had strange experiences in the woods nearby. I don't know if I'll ever return to that cabin. Maybe it's just my imagination, or maybe it wasn't. I'll never know. But I do know this. I left that place and I never looked back. The woods can keep their secrets. The night air was crisp as I pulled my car up the narrow dirt road. I could just make out the outline of the cabin through the dense fog that clung to the earth like a second skin. It had been a while since I'd seen this place. Since the funeral, actually. My uncle's old cabin had stood abandoned for years. The windows boarded up, the roof sagging under the weight of time. But when I found out he had left it to me, I knew I had to come. I wasn't exactly thrilled to be here. The whole situation felt odd. My uncle, who I barely knew, passing away and leaving me this place. And the cabin? It sat at the edge of a graveyard, a small one, but still it was a graveyard. Something about the quiet, still nature of it all made me uneasy. I had come to check things out, to see if it was worth keeping, and to make a decision on what to do with it. The road had turned even more narrow and rough, and the air had a strange heaviness to it. I switched off the car engine and sat for a moment, just staring at the fog that stretched out like a wall, swallowing up the horizon. My headlights barely cut through it. I stepped out of the car, my boots crunching against the frost-covered ground. The cabin was about 50 yards away from the main road, tucked between the trees. The graveyard was to the right, beyond a worn iron gate that had been rusted shut for years. I could make out a few old gravestones, their names long since eroded by time and weather. The fog seemed to be gathering around them, adding to the eerie feeling that clung to the whole place. I grabbed my bag from the car, making sure to lock it behind me, and began walking toward the cabin. My heart was beating harder than usual, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this entire place. But what was I expecting? A sudden appearance of something unnatural? I scoffed at myself. There was no such thing as ghosts. It was just an old cabin, in an old graveyard, with nothing more than memories and dust to show for it. As I approached the cabin, I couldn't help but notice the weathered wood. The logs were old, some of them split, but it looked sturdy enough. The front door was a heavy wooden thing, its frame slightly askew. I could feel the cold from inside, seeping through the cracks like it had been waiting for someone to open it. I stood there for a moment, gathering my thoughts. I didn't know what I was supposed to be doing here. I hadn't planned on staying the night, but the place felt strange, silent, too silent. A small breeze whispered through the trees, making the leaves rustle. But that was it. No animals, no night insects, just silence. I pulled open the door, the hinges groaning like they hadn't been touched in years. The inside of the cabin was dark, except for the dim light filtering through the gaps in the wooden walls. A layer of dust covered everything: old furniture, a fireplace, and a staircase leading up to the second floor. The air smelled of old wood, and something else, something faintly rotten. But that could have just been the years of neglect. I stepped inside, the wooden floor creaking beneath me, and immediately felt the temperature drop. The cold was sharper here. There was no warmth left. My breath fogged in front of my face, and I closed the door behind me, bolting it shut. I set my bag down near the fireplace, glancing around. The place was exactly as I'd expected, old, run down, but still standing. I began to move through the cabin, checking the rooms one by one. The kitchen was to my left, and it looked like it hadn't been used in decades. The cupboards were bare, and the counter was covered in a thick layer of dust. Nothing too remarkable about it. Next, I moved into the small living room. A couple of chairs, an old table, and a fireplace that looked like it hadn't been used in a long time. But it wasn't the furniture that got my attention. It was the old photograph sitting on the mantel above the fireplace. It was framed, faded with age, but it was clear enough to make out the faces in the photo. A man and a woman standing side by side, smiling. My uncle and a woman I didn't recognize. I didn't think much of it at first, but as I moved closer, something felt off about it. The way they were standing too close to each other. The woman's smile almost too perfect. I turned away from the photo, uncomfortable. There were still more rooms to check, and I wasn't going to spend too much time focusing on things that didn't matter. Upstairs, I found the bedroom. The bed was a four-poster, the sheets long gone, but the frame still sturdy. Old boxes filled with what looked like mementos, papers, old clothes, a few dusty books. I began sifting through them, not really expecting to find anything useful, just passing the time. But it was in the far corner of the room where I found it. A small, locked chest, hidden behind a broken wardrobe. The lock was rusted but still intact. I crouched down, inspecting it. Something about it made my stomach tighten. I didn't know what it was, but I felt this odd compulsion to open it. I rifled through my bag for a small tool and, after a few minutes of working at the lock, it clicked open. Inside, I found a few old papers, contracts, receipts for work my uncle had done years ago, and a small leather-bound notebook. I opened it, my fingers lingering over the pages. The handwriting was small, cramped, and erratic. Most of it didn't make sense, but one thing stood out. It mentioned the graveyard, and something about not being alone, and the spirits. I stopped reading at that point. I didn't want to get drawn into any of that. I snapped the notebook shut, but something about it lingered in my mind, a sense of unease that I couldn't shake. I stuffed the notebook back into the chest, locked it again, and stood up, feeling a chill creeping over me. Outside, the fog had thickened, and the moon was almost completely obscured. The night was getting colder, and I realized I hadn't even thought about staying the night. But now that I was here, it seemed like the only choice. I could drive back, but it would be hours before I'd be home, and the thought of going back through those dark roads didn't seem appealing. I decided to make a fire. It took some time, but eventually, I managed to get the logs burning in the fireplace. The warmth slowly spread through the cabin, and for a moment, I felt a little more comfortable. But the sense of being watched didn't leave. The air felt thick, charged. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It was then that I heard it. Something outside. A soft thud, followed by a dragging noise. My heart stopped. I stood stock still, my breath shallow. I listened closely, trying to place the sound. The dragging noise continued, and it was coming closer. Whoever or whatever was out there was heading straight for the cabin. I grabbed the nearest object, a broken piece of wood, and held it tightly. The sound grew louder, closer, then nothing. Dead silence. I waited, staring at the door, unsure of what to do next. I couldn't see anything through the small windows. I had to know what it was. Slowly, I approached the door, listening for any sign of movement. Then I heard it again, louder this time. A low scrape, like something heavy was being dragged across the ground. It was too much to ignore. I couldn't just wait in the cabin forever. I pushed the door open slowly, just enough to peek outside. Nothing. The fog had thickened so much I couldn't see 5 feet in front of me. But that dragging noise, where was it coming from? I stepped out cautiously, scanning the ground, but there was nothing there. Suddenly, a low growl broke the silence. My heart raced as I spun around, but again, nothing was visible. I wasn't sure if it was my imagination, but I was starting to feel like I wasn't alone in the fog. The growl came again, closer this time. Without thinking, I ran back inside, slamming the door behind me. My mind was racing. What was out there? There was no way it could be a person, not with those noises. Maybe an animal, but it wasn't right. I spent the rest of the night in that cabin, listening to the sounds outside, unable to see anything, unable to escape the feeling that something was out there. But when dawn finally broke, I could breathe again. The fog had lifted, and everything seemed normal again. I packed up and left that morning. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just witnessed something unnatural, but I would never know for sure. One thing was clear: I would never return to that cabin again. The storm was worse than I thought. I was supposed to spend the weekend alone in a small cabin, deep in the woods near Lake Arrowhead, California. I was looking forward to the silence, the isolation. I needed it. The grind of my job had worn me down, and I thought a few days without the constant ping of emails, phone calls, and responsibilities would do me good. The cabin was a small, rustic place, far from anything resembling civilization. Just me, a few books, and the crackling fire. I checked the weather before heading up here. There were warnings about heavy rain, but nothing that made me think it would be anything out of the ordinary. I figured I'd just hunker down and get cozy inside. But when I arrived, the rain was already falling, and it was coming down harder than expected. By the time I had unpacked and settled in, it was a full-on downpour. The sound of it pounding against the roof was almost deafening, mixed with the occasional rumble of thunder. The cabin was small, one room with a single bed tucked in the corner near the stove. There was a small couch by the window, but I had no intention of sitting there, not when the storm was making everything outside look so unsettling. The windows were covered in sheets of rain, with only faint glimpses of the pine trees swaying in the wind. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting long shadows on the walls, adding to the eerie atmosphere. I could feel the tension in the air, a kind of heaviness that made the silence feel almost oppressive. First, I just settled in with a book. The storm raged outside, but it was peaceful enough inside the cabin. I had a few snacks, a bottle of whiskey to keep warm, and I was just starting to relax. It was exactly what I needed. But something about the storm kept nagging at the back of my mind. I didn't feel entirely at ease, though I couldn't quite put my finger on why. It wasn't the storm itself. I'd been through worse weather after all. As night fell, the temperature dropped even further. The wind howled through the trees, making the entire cabin creak with every gust. I added another log to the fire, hoping to stave off the growing chill. That's when I heard it. A loud crash echoed from the window behind me. It was so sudden and sharp that I jumped, my heart racing. I spun around, trying to make sense of the noise. For a moment, all I could hear was the rain and the wind. The world outside was a blur of sheets of water, but I had to make sure nothing had been damaged. I stood up from the couch, the warmth from the fire fading as I moved toward the window. The sound had come from there, no doubt. I was already regretting leaving my phone charging on the counter. It was going to take a minute to grab it. I pressed my hands against the glass, trying to peer through the storm. For a few seconds, I saw nothing but rain streaking down in fast-moving rivulets. But then, there, in the corner of the window frame, was a sharp, jagged shard of glass. I hadn't heard the glass shatter. It was a clean break, just a small section of the window now missing. The frame was still intact, but the gap left by the missing piece was enough for the wind and rain to rush through. My stomach flipped. There was no way the storm had caused that. It had to have been something or someone else. I backed away from the window, my pulse pounding in my ears. I knew no one else was supposed to be out here. The cabin was too far off the beaten path for anyone to wander by, especially in this weather. But what if someone had been watching me? What if they were trying to get in? I moved cautiously toward the door, hoping to check the outside for any signs of what happened. The moment I stepped away from the window, I froze. There was a sound, soft but clear, coming from the other side of the cabin. It sounded like someone, or something, moving across the wooden floor. My body tensed, every nerve on high alert. I didn't know what to do. My first instinct was to grab the hunting knife I'd left in my bag, but when I moved toward it, my hands were trembling too much to grip it properly. My breath was shallow, each inhale feeling heavier than the last. I had to get outside and see if I could spot anyone before they came any closer. But just as I reached for the door, there was another crash. This one came from the back of the cabin, near the storage shed. I could hear the unmistakable sound of something heavy hitting the ground. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of it, but the storm outside drowned out anything I could possibly hear from that side of the cabin. There was no question anymore. I had to act. The sense of danger was too real to ignore. I grabbed the knife from my bag and moved slowly toward the back door. My heartbeat hammered in my chest. I had no idea what I would find, but whatever it was, it couldn't be good. I eased the door open, trying not to make a sound, but the hinges creaked loudly in the stillness of the cabin. Stepping outside into the rain, the cold immediately hit me. My feet were instantly soaked, and I couldn't feel my fingers holding the knife. But I pressed on, determined to face whatever was out there. The wind howled, the trees swaying dangerously above me. I could barely make out the shed in the distance, but I knew something was moving around back there. I crept forward, moving as quietly as I could through the mud. Every step felt like an eternity, and then, just as I reached the shed, I heard it. Footsteps. Heavy, slow, and deliberate. They were coming closer from behind the shed, moving around toward the front of the cabin. I stayed low to the ground, gripping the knife tightly. My pulse was pounding so loudly in my ears that I could barely hear anything else. I was waiting for the figure to emerge from the shadows. But then, nothing. The footsteps stopped. I stood motionless, trying to listen for any movement. And that's when I saw it. A figure emerged from the shadows near the shed, barely visible in the rain. I froze, trying not to make a sound. The figure was tall, cloaked in a dark raincoat, its face obscured by a hood. It didn't look like anyone I recognized. I wanted to move, but my legs felt rooted to the ground. The figure didn't seem to notice me yet. I had a chance to move. I started to edge back toward the cabin, every step feeling like it was going to give me away. The figure took a few more steps forward, then froze as if it sensed something. I didn't wait. I turned and bolted for the door. The rain pounded down harder as I ran, each footstep sloshing in the mud beneath me. The door creaked as I shoved it open, my heart racing. I slammed it shut behind me and bolted it. Inside, I leaned against the door, trying to catch my breath. The knife was still clutched tightly in my hand, but I had no idea what I was supposed to do now. The figure was out there. What was it doing? Why was it here? The storm had grown even worse, the wind howling and the rain coming down in torrents. I could barely hear anything over the noise, but I felt like I was being watched. I could sense someone or something moving around outside, waiting, but I couldn't let myself lose control. I needed to stay calm. Minutes passed, or maybe it was hours. Time had lost its meaning as I sat there, the fire crackling in front of me, the storm raging outside, and the overwhelming feeling of being trapped in the cabin with no way out. But then the silence broke. There was a knock on the door. It was a soft knock, almost hesitant, but there was no mistaking it. Someone was out there. I knew I had to make a choice. I couldn't stay locked inside forever. Whatever this was, whatever was happening, I had to face it. I slowly approached the door. My breath caught in my throat. The knife still felt heavy in my hand. I could feel the weight of the decision. I could either confront whatever was out there, or I could wait, hoping the storm would end and this nightmare would be over. But deep down, I knew. I had to know. I had to see what was on the other side. I slowly unlocked the door, the sound of the bolt sliding back echoing in the silence. With a final breath, I opened it, only to find nothing. The rain soaked the porch, but there was no sign of anyone. I stepped outside cautiously. The storm had passed. The silence was now overwhelming. In the distance, I could hear the sound of branches snapping, the wind fading away. The air was still, and the only sign of life was the steady beat of my own heart. I looked around, the rain still falling, but now I was alone. There was no one watching me, no one waiting, no one creeping around the cabin. I stayed there for a while, just taking in the emptiness, the stillness. I couldn't explain it. Maybe the figure was never really there. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But one thing was for sure, I wouldn't be coming back to that cabin again. I locked the door behind me, grabbed my things, and left. It was the middle of October, the days growing shorter and colder, when I found myself on the road to my grandmother's cabin. It had been years since I last visited the place. The old cabin, nestled deep in the woods, had always been a refuge for me as a child. Now, I was heading there not to escape, but to face something I had long avoided. My grandmother had passed away a few months earlier, and I had inherited the cabin. It wasn't much, just a small, weather-beaten structure with a slanted roof, located a couple of miles outside of town. There was something about it that always felt like home, but also unsettling. Maybe it was the way the trees seemed to close in around it, or the way the floor creaked at night. Whatever it was, I couldn't shake the feeling that something about that place wasn't quite right. But now, with my grandmother gone, I felt it was time to finally go through her things, take inventory, and decide whether to keep the cabin or sell it. I took the long drive from my apartment to the cabin, the road winding through dense forests. The trees were in their full autumn glory, the orange and red leaves fluttering down as a light wind blew through. As I drove, I could almost hear my grandmother's voice in my head, reminding me of the rules she had always enforced when I stayed there. Stay inside at night, don't wander too far, and don't trust the silence. I used to laugh when she said that, not understanding. Now, I couldn't help but wonder if there was more truth in her words than I had given her credit for. When I finally arrived, the cabin looked as I remembered it. Maybe a little more rundown than before, but still standing strong despite the years. The wooden exterior was covered in peeling paint, and the steps up to the porch creaked with every footstep I took. I parked the car and grabbed my bags. The air had a certain chill to it, and I wrapped my jacket tighter around me as I walked up to the front door. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The smell of old wood, dust, and pine filled my nostrils. It was a smell I had grown up with, but now it felt heavy. The living room was dim, only a few beams of sunlight coming through the cracked windows. The furniture was old, but sturdy, with a faded couch and a couple of mismatched chairs. I set my bags down and looked around. There was something eerily still about the place, as if it had been frozen in time. My grandmother's things were all still here. Her quilts folded neatly on the couch, her old rocking chair by the fire, her collection of glass jars filled with herbs lined up on the shelves. I walked through the cabin, taking in the familiar sights. The small kitchen with its old stove and refrigerator that looked like it belonged in the 1950s. The narrow hallway leading to the 2 bedrooms, both of which were kept meticulously clean, just as my grandmother had always done. Nothing had changed, yet something felt off. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but it was there. The first night, I decided to stay inside, just as my grandmother had always told me to. I set up in the living room, starting a fire in the old stone fireplace. The flames flickered and crackled, casting dancing shadows on the walls. I sat in one of the armchairs, feeling the warmth of the fire seep into my bones. The wind outside picked up, howling through the trees, and the cabin creaked and groaned in response. It wasn't unusual. This cabin had always been noisy when the wind blew. But tonight, the noises felt different, more pronounced. I tried to shake the feeling, but it was persistent, gnawing at me. I kept hearing something in the distance, something faint but unmistakable, a tapping or scratching, like something was trying to get in. At first, I thought it was just the wind or perhaps an animal outside, but it continued, a steady rhythm that seemed to come from somewhere in the walls. I stood up, my heart racing, and walked cautiously to the door. I opened it, peering out into the night. The trees were barely visible in the darkness, their silhouettes swaying in the wind. There was no sign of anything out of the ordinary. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I closed the door and locked it, but the tapping continued. I tried to distract myself by going through my grandmother's things, looking for anything that might give me a clue about what was going on. But I couldn't focus. The sound kept growing louder, and I felt like I was being watched. Around midnight, the noise stopped, and the silence returned. It was the kind of silence that felt heavy, like something was about to happen. I stood still, my body tense, waiting for the next sound. But nothing came. Eventually, exhaustion overtook me, and I went to bed. The next day, I spent the morning sorting through my grandmother's old boxes and papers. There were letters, old photographs, and a few trinkets that she had collected over the years. One box, however, caught my attention. It was tucked away at the back of the closet in the 2nd bedroom. It was an old wooden chest, something I didn't remember ever seeing before. The wood was dark, almost black, and there was something unsettling about the way it was carved, strange patterns that seemed to shift if you stared at them long enough. I hesitated before opening it, but curiosity got the better of me. I pried open the lid, the hinges groaning in protest. Inside were old maps, some of them yellowed with age, and a few worn books that looked like they hadn't been touched in decades. One of the maps was of the surrounding area, the woods and trails that I had walked countless times as a child. But there was something off about it. Several areas were marked with red excess, some of them far into the woods, deeper than I had ever gone. The book that accompanied the map was a journal, handwritten and filled with strange notes and sketches. As I flipped through the pages, A few lines caught my eye. The woods are never truly silent. The trees know when you're lost. Don't stray too far. You won't come back the same. A chill ran down my spine. I closed the book and set it aside. I wasn't sure what to make of it, but I didn't want to dwell on it too long. The air in the room felt thick, like I was suffocating under the weight of something unseen. I walked out of the room, leaving the chest unopened, and went back to the living room. That night, I decided to stay close to the fire. The wind had picked up again, rattling the windows and making the cabin shake. The tapping sound started up again, louder this time, as if something was scraping against the outside of the cabin. I stood up, trying to calm my racing heart. I wasn't going to let my imagination run wild. I had heard animals in the walls before, and the house was old. It was probably nothing. But then I heard it louder, clearer. A thud, and then another. Something or someone was out there. My stomach twisted in knots. I grabbed a flashlight and went to the window, peering out into the darkness. There was nothing to see, just the dark shapes of trees swaying in the wind. But the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. It felt like the woods were alive, like they were waiting for me to make a mistake. The night dragged on, every sound magnified in the stillness. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my things and decided to leave. I didn't care about going through my grandmother's belongings anymore. I just wanted to get out of there. I started packing up my car, my hands shaking as I shoved things into the trunk. But as I was about to close the door, I stopped. Something was on the ground, a small, crumpled piece of paper. I bent down and picked it up. It was a note, handwritten, and it read, "Asterisk, leave now before it's too late. The woods are watching." Asterisk, my heart skipped a beat. I glanced back at the cabin, the flickering light from the fire casting long shadows across the porch. I had never been more certain of anything in my life. I wasn't welcome here, and I didn't plan on staying another minute. I slammed the car door shut, started the engine, and drove away. The cabin receded into the distance, swallowed by the trees, and I didn't look back. It wasn't just the tapping or the strange note. It was the weight of the place, the feeling that someone was out there waiting. And I knew deep down that I had made the right choice. Some places are better left alone. Some memories, no matter how fond, are meant to stay buried in the past. I never returned to my grandmother's cabin. The forest, with its quiet threat, was no longer a place of refuge. It was a place that held its secrets, and some things are better left untouched. It was late October when I decided to take a break from everything and head up to my uncle's cabin in the mountains. Life had been hectic, and I just needed some time alone to clear my head. I hadn't been to the cabin in years, not since I was a kid, and I was eager to revisit the place that once felt like home. Quiet, secluded, and in the heart of the woods. I remember the drive up well. The winding road was mostly deserted, with only the occasional car passing by. As I got closer to the cabin, the trees thickened, and the air grew colder. The sun had already dipped below the horizon by the time I reached the small, weathered wooden structure. It was a modest place, nothing fancy, just a 2-story cabin with a stone fireplace and a small porch overlooking a vast, empty valley. I parked my car in front of the cabin and grabbed my things. There was a chill in the air, and the wind rustled the branches above me. The faint sound of the trees creaking in the wind made the woods seem alive, but in a way that felt unsettling. The kind of feeling you get when you realize you're the only one around for miles. After unlocking the door, I stepped inside, immediately hit by the smell of old wood and dust. The place had been uninhabited for a while, but it was still in decent shape. The furniture was a bit outdated, but that gave it character. The fireplace was cold, and the only light came from the dim glow of the lanterns hanging on the walls. I set my bags down and looked around. The place felt familiar yet foreign at the same time, like stepping into a memory that had started to fade. The night grew darker as I unpacked, and the wind outside picked up, howling through the trees. The temperature dropped quickly, and I decided to start a fire to warm the cabin. I rummaged through the pile of firewood stacked near the door and managed to get a decent blaze going in the fireplace. The crackling of the flames was comforting, and I finally felt like I could unwind. I settled into the armchair beside the fire with a book I had brought, but the creaking sounds of the house kept pulling my attention away. The building was old, and the wind did strange things to it, making it groan and moan like it was alive. I shrugged it off and tried to focus on the book, but my eyes kept flicking to the dark windows, where the trees outside seemed to move with every gust of wind. After a while, I started to feel uneasy, though I couldn't quite put my finger on why. It was just a feeling, a subtle discomfort that I tried to ignore. Maybe it was the isolation, the fact that I hadn't been alone in a place like this in so long. Maybe it was the way the shadows danced on the walls, stretching and warping as the fire flickered. But whatever it was, it gnawed at the back of my mind. By midnight, I decided to call it a night. I doused the fire and headed upstairs to the small bedroom at the end of the hall. The room was simple, just a bed with a heavy quilt and an old dresser, but it was comfortable. I opened the window a crack to let in some fresh air, then crawled under the covers, trying to shake off the odd feeling that had settled over me. The wind outside was louder now, and the trees were shaking violently against the house. As I lay there, the unsettling sounds of the cabin seemed to amplify. I could hear the wind rattling the window panes and the occasional branch scraping against the roof. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but then I heard something else. A faint thud, followed by a soft scraping sound coming from downstairs. My heart skipped a beat. It was late, and there shouldn't have been anyone else around. The nearest neighbor was miles away, and I hadn't heard any cars or footsteps approaching the cabin. I lay still, listening intently, my mind racing. Could it have been an animal? A branch hitting the house in the wind? Or something else? I waited for several minutes, straining to hear any other sounds, but everything seemed still. The house was quiet again, except for the wind. I tried to shake off the tension and closed my eyes, but sleep didn't come easily. I kept hearing those noises, and every creak of the cabin seemed like a warning. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I drifted into a restless sleep. But my dreams were filled with images of shadows moving in the dark, of figures lurking just beyond the firelight. I woke up with a start several times during the night, each time drenched in sweat and heart pounding. The next morning, I was exhausted but decided to push through. I went downstairs, made some coffee, and sat by the window, trying to focus on the beautiful view outside. The forest was vast, stretching out in every direction, with the mist hanging low between the trees. It was peaceful, but that uneasy feeling lingered. After breakfast, I went outside to stretch my legs. The air was crisp, and the ground was damp from the rain the night before. As I walked around the cabin, I noticed something strange. The brush near the back door had been disturbed. It was hard to make out, but it looked like something had been dragged through it. I knelt down, inspecting the ground, but there were no clear tracks, just a vague sense that something had been moved. I stood up, feeling a little on edge again. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was probably an animal. But as I walked back around the front of the cabin, I saw something else, something far more troubling. The front porch steps, which had been perfectly still the night before, now had fresh marks on them, as if someone had recently walked up them. The dirt around the steps was disturbed, and the faintest outline of footprints was visible in the mud. A cold chill ran down my spine. I froze, staring at the marks. I hadn't seen anyone since I arrived, and there was no reason anyone else should have been near the cabin. I thought about checking the car to make sure it was locked, but I didn't want to seem paranoid. Yet the thought of being alone in the cabin with whatever or whoever had left those marks made me feel vulnerable. I spent the rest of the day pacing around, trying to keep my mind busy. The cabin felt more oppressive now, like it was closing in on me. The wind howled through the trees, and every now and then, I thought I heard something moving outside. At one point, I grabbed the lantern and went outside to check around the perimeter of the cabin, but there was nothing. The trees swayed, the leaves rustled, and everything seemed like it should be fine, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. That night, I decided to lock the doors and windows before going to bed, something I hadn't thought of the night before. The fire burned low, casting a faint glow on the walls as I sat in the chair, staring into the flames. I tried to force myself to relax, but the night felt heavy, like it was holding its breath. Then the thud came again. I froze, my heart skipping a beat. It was louder this time, followed by the unmistakable sound of something scraping against the wood. I stood up, my body tense, and walked toward the stairs. My mind raced as I wondered if I should check again, but I didn't want to be foolish. But then I heard it again, a louder scrape, almost like a scratching noise, coming from the direction of the back door. I grabbed a flashlight and cautiously made my way downstairs, my footsteps slow and deliberate. The beam of light flickered as I pointed it toward the back door, my heart pounding in my chest. When I reached the door, I hesitated for a moment before slowly opening it. The wind whipped in, making the door creak on its hinges, but there was nothing there. The porch was empty, and the trees beyond swayed in the wind. My breath came in shallow gasps as I tried to calm myself. But then I noticed something. In the dirt just outside the door, there were fresh footprints, small but distinct. Someone had been standing there. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my mind racing. Who had been out there? Why hadn't I heard anything? The footprints seemed to lead off into the trees, but I couldn't bring myself to go out there and follow them. I stood there, staring at the door, my mind whirling with fear and confusion. I had no idea who or what had been outside, but it was clear that something was watching me. The night passed slowly, and I didn't sleep much. I stayed up, listening to every creak of the cabin, every whisper of the wind. But when morning came, there was a strange sense of relief. The sky was clear, and the air was fresh. The footprints outside had disappeared, as if they'd never been there at all. I didn't stay another night. Something inside me told me that I wasn't alone in that cabin, and the feeling only grew stronger as I packed my things and left. As I drove away, I looked back at the cabin one last time. The place that had once been so familiar now felt like a stranger to me. I never went back, and I don't think I ever will. The cabin was supposed to be a quiet retreat, a place to get away from it all, away from the noise of the world. But as the sun dipped behind the trees, casting long shadows across the dirt road leading up to the ranger station, I felt the usual unease settle in. My name's Mark Chandler, and I'd been working as a park ranger for just over 2 years. Not long, but enough to know that the wilderness has its own rhythm, and that rhythm doesn't always sit well with us humans. There's something unsettling about the woods after dark, something I couldn't put my finger on, but I'd learned to ignore it over time. That particular night, however, I didn't feel like ignoring it. The forest felt different. The air was thick with humidity from the recent rain, and the rustling of the trees seemed almost deliberate, like something or someone was hiding in the shadows, waiting. I shook off the thought and made my way inside the cabin. The small, wooden building was modest, barely big enough to fit a cot, a small table, and a few basic supplies. It was nothing more than a shelter, but it was mine for the night. My shift was supposed to be routine. Check the boundaries, make sure the trail markers were still intact, keep an eye out for any illegal activity or wildlife disturbances. In the grand scheme of things, a quiet shift in the woods was exactly what I needed. I dropped my pack on the bed, the air inside the cabin musty and heavy. I hadn't had the chance to air it out in a while, but I didn't mind. It was my home for the time being. There was a low crackle from the wood stove in the corner, still warm from the earlier fire I'd built, and I added a few more logs to keep the heat up. My radio crackled from the counter. It was a low static noise, and I leaned over to check it. A muffled voice came through, but the words were indistinguishable. I fiddled with the knobs, trying to clear up the signal, but it didn't help. I sighed, knowing that the radio was an old model, constantly giving me trouble. It wasn't uncommon to lose communication with the rest of the crew, especially out here where the signal didn't always reach the remote corners of the park. After a few minutes of sitting in the silence, I grabbed my flashlight and headed out for my patrol. The woods were still wet from the rain, and the path was slick with mud. I was only a couple of miles into the forest when I heard it, a faint, high-pitched screeching sound. It wasn't an animal. I knew that much. It wasn't the call of any bird I had heard before, nor the sound of a mammal in distress. It was something else, something unnatural. My heart rate picked up as I adjusted my grip on the flashlight. I told myself it was probably just the wind, maybe a tree creaking in the storm. But something inside me couldn't shake the feeling that it was something more. I picked up my pace, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the darkness as I walked. The sounds of the forest crept back in, but they were different this time. Distant, quiet, and almost muffled. When I reached the trail marker, I paused, checking it to make sure everything was in order. I ran my fingers along the post, my mind still spinning with the strange noise. Everything was fine. The sign was intact, the boundary clearly marked. Yet, as I turned back to head toward the cabin, I noticed something strange in the distance, movement just on the edge of the trees. My breath hitched as I squinted, trying to make sense of it. I wasn't sure what it was, but the shape was darker than the surrounding trees. It was standing perfectly still, just inside the forest's edge. For a moment, I stood frozen. The woods were eerily quiet. No wind, no rustling leaves, just an unsettling stillness that seemed to press against my chest. The figure didn't move, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching me. I took a cautious step back and then another. Slowly, I turned and made my way back toward the cabin, trying to ignore the sense of dread that was slowly creeping in. By the time I got back, the night had grown colder, and I hurried to get inside the cabin. I locked the door behind me, more out of habit than any real concern. The fire was still going, crackling in the stove, and I sat down at the table trying to shake off the tension. But it didn't go away. I couldn't stop thinking about the figure. My mind raced through every possible explanation, but none of them seemed to fit. I'd been on patrol in this forest dozens of times, and I'd never seen anything like that. Not like that. As I sat there, the silence seemed to grow heavier. The wind picked up outside, rattling the windows, and the rain began to fall harder, slapping against the roof in a steady rhythm. It should have been calming, the sound of rain in the woods. But tonight, it only made everything feel more oppressive. The radio crackled again, breaking the silence. This time, the voice was clearer, though still muffled. "Mark, is that you?" I froze. The voice was familiar, one I hadn't heard in months. It was Ben, one of the other rangers, but he was supposed to be on the other side of the park. How could he be reaching me here? "Mark, come in." I grabbed the radio, my hand trembling slightly. "Ben, where are you? What's going on?" There was a long pause before the response came. "I need you to listen. Don't leave the cabin. Not tonight." I didn't respond right away. "What are you talking about? Just stay inside. I'll explain later." The line went dead. The sudden silence on the other end sent a chill down my spine. My heart thudded in my chest, and I looked out the cabin's small window into the darkness. The rain was pouring harder now, the wind howling through the trees, but nothing else seemed out of place. I didn't know what to think. Ben's warning was vague, but something about the way he said it, so urgent, so insistent, made me uneasy. I had to get some answers. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside again, scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. There was nothing. I walked to the edge of the cabin's porch, straining my eyes against the rain. That's when I saw it. A shadow moving just beyond the tree line, a figure creeping along the edge of the forest, too tall, too thin to be any animal I recognized. It stopped, just long enough for me to catch my breath before it slipped back into the trees. Without thinking, I rushed into the woods, trying to follow the shadow. My feet slid on the slick ground as I pushed through the brush. The figure was always just out of reach, a fleeting presence in the darkness. My heart pounded louder with every step, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps. I was almost there, almost close enough to see what it was when I slipped. My foot caught a hidden rock beneath the mud, and I tumbled forward, hitting the ground hard. For a moment, everything was silent. The rain continued to pour down, but I couldn't hear anything else. No footsteps, no rustling leaves. It was as if the world itself had paused. I pushed myself to my feet, checking for any injury. My knees were scraped, my palms bruised from the fall, but nothing serious. But the figure, it was gone. I hesitated, looking around the woods, listening for any sign of movement. But there was nothing. With my heart still racing, I turned and made my way back to the cabin. I didn't dare stay out here any longer. Whatever had been out there, it wasn't something I was willing to chase any further. When I returned to the cabin, I found that the air felt different, colder, heavier. The fire in the stove had almost gone out, and I stoked it back to life, desperate for some warmth, some comfort. But it didn't work. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me back. The hours passed slowly. I kept checking the windows, looking for anything that might explain the strange occurrences of the night. But by morning, everything had returned to normal. The rain had stopped, and the sun began to break through the clouds, casting golden light over the woods. I hadn't heard Ben's voice again on the radio, and there was still no sign of the figure I had seen. Maybe it had been my mind playing tricks on me. Maybe it had been exhaustion or the isolation getting to me. But I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going out there again at night, and I'd be keeping a closer eye on the radio from now on. Something had changed in the forest that night, something that had made its presence known to me. But whatever it was, I wasn't going to let it catch me off guard again. I'd learned my lesson. I still remember that night like it was yesterday. The summer air had been thick with heat all day, but by evening, the woods around the cabin had started to cool down. It wasn't the first time I'd stayed at my dad's friend Tim's cabin, but it was the first time I'd been alone there. Tim had always been more of a quiet guy, the kind who kept to himself and preferred the solace of the forest. I had always admired how self-sufficient he was. He had a little cabin deep in the woods, just outside of a small town called Harrowfield. It was the sort of place people only went to if they truly wanted to get away from the noise of everyday life, and I needed that. My life in the city had become overwhelming, and the prospect of a weekend to disconnect sounded like the perfect escape. Tim wasn't there with me. He had gone off on some fishing trip with a couple of other old friends, leaving me to take care of the cabin and its surroundings for the weekend. He had said something about the place needing a little TLC, so I figured I'd clean up the place a bit, make myself comfortable, and enjoy the solitude. It was a 2-story cabin, rustic but charming, nestled among towering pines that blocked out most of the evening sunlight. There was a small creek that ran a few yards from the back porch, and I loved the sound of it. That night, it was just me and the woods. The evening had gone by quietly. I had a small fire going outside on the deck, just enough to keep the mosquitoes away, and I had made myself a simple meal. The air was fresh, and I spent some time just listening to the sounds of the forest, appreciating the peace. It was around 11 p.m. when things started to take a turn. The fire had died down, and I decided to turn in for the night. The cabin was equipped with a small wood-burning stove, but it wasn't enough to keep the place warm once the sun went down. So, I had set up a small electric heater near the bed and wrapped myself in blankets. I was just about to drift off when I heard something outside. It was faint, barely audible over the sound of the creek. At first, I thought it was just the wind moving through the trees, but it was rhythmic, almost deliberate, a tapping noise. I froze, straining my ears to listen. It wasn't coming from the direction of the creek. It was closer, from the tree line near the side of the cabin. I couldn't tell if it was the wind causing branches to sway or if something else was out there. I stayed still for a few moments, trying to talk myself down. I hadn't seen anyone else out here, and Tim had assured me that the area was safe. It was just my mind playing tricks, I figured. But the sound continued. The tapping became a scraping, as if something or someone was dragging its hand along the rough bark of the trees. A slow, deliberate movement that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I tried to ignore it, but then it happened again, and again. It wasn't random. It was a pattern. My heart began to race. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just an animal, deer or a bear, maybe, but it didn't feel like that. There was something too purposeful about it. I got up from the bed, grabbed the flashlight from the nightstand, and tiptoed over to the window. My mind was racing, trying to come up with an explanation. I peered out into the darkness. The light from the cabin barely illuminated the area beyond the porch, but I could see the edges of the trees moving slightly in the wind. And then I saw something, a shape. It was standing still just outside the range of the light, near the tree line. It was hard to make out, but I could tell it was tall, much taller than I would have expected an animal to be. The shape didn't move at first. It just stood there, motionless, like it was watching the cabin. I held my breath, unsure of what to do. Should I call for help? Tim wouldn't be back until morning, and I didn't want to make a scene. But this wasn't just some stray animal. I knew that. My mind kept racing, trying to make sense of it all. After what felt like hours, the shape finally moved, slowly, toward the side of the cabin. The scraping sound stopped. I thought maybe it had left, but then I heard something else. A low, almost imperceptible sound, like footsteps in the dirt. It was getting closer. I backed away from the window and grabbed the closest thing I could find. A heavy metal rod from the woodpile near the door. It wasn't much, but it would have to do. I felt a surge of adrenaline flood through me. Whoever or whatever was out there, they weren't supposed to be. My heart was hammering in my chest as I stood there, waiting. The cabin felt smaller, more suffocating, as the seconds dragged on. Then the footsteps stopped. I strained my ears, trying to hear any sound. The wind had picked up again, rustling the leaves, but the footsteps had gone silent. I didn't know what to think. My mind was working overtime, playing out every possible scenario. The silence felt heavy, oppressive. I dared not move from my spot. But then came the noise again, a low scraping sound. This time, it was coming from the back of the cabin. My eyes went wide. I wasn't imagining it. Someone or something was out there. I moved swiftly, pushing open the cabin's back door and stepping out onto the porch. The night air was cold, the sky overcast, with just a sliver of moonlight breaking through the clouds. I held the flashlight in front of me, scanning the area. The beam swept over the ground, the trees, but there was no one there. The scraping noise had stopped. My body was shaking now, my breath coming in sharp, quick bursts. I looked around, trying to find some explanation. There had to be one, right? But the woods were silent, still. And then, just as I was about to turn back inside, I saw it, a figure standing at the edge of the trees. I couldn't make out much more than a vague outline, but it was unmistakable. The same shape I had seen earlier, but now it was closer. A tall, thin figure, unmoving, watching me. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, and a cold sweat broke out across my skin. I didn't wait to see if it would move again. I turned and ran back into the cabin, slamming the door behind me. I bolted every lock and sat there, trembling, not sure what to do. The silence stretched on for what felt like an eternity, but eventually, I forced myself to stop and think. I was overreacting. The figure could have just been a deer, a shadow, or even Tim's friend Mike, messing around. The wind played tricks on my mind, and I was just being paranoid. That's all it was, right? But deep down, I knew better. I didn't sleep that night. Couldn't. I kept hearing the sounds outside, the scraping, the movement in the trees. And the figure? It never left my mind. By morning, I was exhausted, but I forced myself to leave the cabin. I wasn't going to stick around. Tim would understand. I needed to get out of there. When I finally returned to town, I told Tim about what had happened, half expecting him to laugh it off. But instead, he got serious. "Did you ever think it might have been someone else?" he asked, his voice unusually tense. I paused, confused. "What do you mean?" "You're not the first one to stay at that cabin," he said slowly. "There's been rumors about people who've disappeared around here. Folks who went into those woods and never came back." I didn't know what to say. Part of me wanted to dismiss it, to convince myself it was all just a coincidence. But another part of me, deep down, knew the truth. The figure in the woods hadn't been a trick of the light. It had been real. I never went back to that cabin, not after that night. It was too much. The woods had a way of swallowing people whole, and I was done with it. I don't know who or what I saw that night, but I knew one thing for sure. It wasn't human. I'll never forget the way it stood there, watching, waiting. I was 34 when I took the job that brought me up north to Northumberland. It was a contract job through a forestry company, working solo out of a small remote cabin while surveying parcels of land they were looking to develop. I wasn't new to this kind of work. I'd been on and off in contracting gigs since I was 26, mostly small-scale land management and environmental reports. Most of the time I worked out of temporary setups or trailers, but this time the company had an old cabin they wanted me to use. It was November 2018, and the cold was already setting in. The place wasn't far from Kielder Forest, but not in the public part where tourists walked their dogs and took photos of red squirrels. This bit of land was deeper, old woodland owned by a few private groups. My job was to map the water flow and tree density in specific areas before they did any clearing or construction. It was the kind of job that meant long hours walking through the woods, making notes, then going back to the cabin, entering it all on my laptop, and sending reports every few days when I had signal. The cabin itself wasn't awful, but it wasn't good either. It was maybe 70 years old. From the look of it, 2 rooms and a small loft space that used to be for sleeping. There was a generator for power, an old gas heater, and a composting toilet set up in a shed out back. The company had stocked it with tinned food, water jugs, and basic gear. They said I'd be there for 4 weeks. I didn't expect to see anyone during that time. The first week went smoothly. The forest was quiet, damp, and full of that thick mossy smell you only get in cold months. I had to hike 5 or 6 hours most days, taking soil samples, tracking runoff patterns, and marking trees with tags. I got used to the silence fast. Evenings were the same, back to the cabin, warm up a tin of soup, type up notes, maybe read a book. I didn't have phone service in the cabin, only when I walked 2 miles uphill to a spot near a ruined stone wall. It was in the second week that I started noticing things. The first thing was small. One night, I came back later than usual. I'd been out too long, and the light had dropped fast. By the time I reached the cabin, I had to use my headlamp to find the path. The door to the cabin was closed, like I left it, but when I stepped inside, I could swear something was off. Took me a few minutes to figure out what it was. One of the chairs at the little table had been moved just slightly. I always left them tucked in. This one was out maybe a foot, angled to the left. I figured I'd done it earlier and forgotten. I told myself I was tired, that it was nothing. But the next day, I left a small stick just inside the door, leaning up against the frame. When I came back that evening, the stick was lying flat on the floor. Could have been the wind. The door wasn't sealed well, and the frame had gaps. Maybe it had slipped. Still, it stayed in my mind that night. I barely slept. Every little noise outside, the wind moving branches, a soft creak from the cabin settling, made me sit up and listen. By the end of the second week, more things started happening. I found boot prints in the mud near the shed out back. They weren't mine, too small, and they weren't the company's either. They said no one else would be out here. I followed the prints for a few yards before they vanished in the wet grass. They didn't lead from any direction, just started near the shed and ended in the underbrush. That night, I locked the cabin door. Even though the lock was old and flimsy, I put a heavy box in front of it. I didn't feel like myself. I wasn't the nervous type. I'd spent time alone in the woods for years. I liked the quiet, but something about this place started feeling wrong. The next morning, I found scratches on the back wall of the cabin, low to the ground, like someone had dragged something sharp across the wood. They weren't deep, but they were fresh. Bits of the wooden plank were curled back, like they'd been made recently. I checked the area again, no signs of animals, no fresh droppings, no marks in the mud. And the weirdest thing was the smell. There was this faint sour smell, like wet fabric left too long in a bag. I thought maybe something had died nearby, but I couldn't find anything. That night, I stayed up late. I turned off the heater and sat in the dark, wrapped in a coat, listening. Around midnight, I heard it. It was soft at first, a faint crunching sound, like someone walking slowly on the frost-covered leaves outside. Then a creak, like a footstep on the wooden porch. I sat frozen, holding my breath. I didn't move. I didn't look out the window. I just listened. The sound lasted maybe 2 minutes. Then nothing. I waited an hour before moving. I turned on the lantern and sat there until sunrise, staring at the door. When light finally came, I went outside. There were more footprints, bare this time. No boots, just pale, narrow prints in the thin layer of frost on the porch. They were small, narrow feet, long toes. I looked around the cabin but didn't find anything else. I didn't know what to make of it. I started thinking maybe someone was living out here. Someone squatting in the woods, hiding. That was the only thing that made sense. I considered leaving. I packed my things that afternoon. But then I told myself I was imagining too much. I'd done 2 weeks already. I had reports to finish. I just needed to keep my head down and get it done. I decided to stay, but I didn't sleep in the cabin that night. I took my sleeping bag and hiked 20 minutes into the woods and camped. Felt safer out there than inside. The next day, I found something by the back shed. It was a bundle. Someone had wrapped a few objects in a ragged bit of cloth and placed it on the ground. I opened it with a stick. Inside were 3 things: a piece of animal bone, a clump of human hair tied with string, and what looked like a wooden carving of a face. The carving was crude but detailed enough to make me feel sick. It had deep eye sockets, no mouth, and long vertical lines carved down the cheeks like tears. I burned it all. I built a small fire and threw the bundle in. The hair curled and smoked. The bone cracked. The wood took longest, but I didn't leave until it was ash. After that, I didn't sleep properly. I stayed awake most nights, listening. I kept my boots on, packed my bag before dark, and made sure the generator was off so the cabin was pitch black. That's when I saw her. It was near the end of the 3rd week. Cold rain had been falling all day. The forest was soaked, and everything stank of wet soil. I came back to the cabin early to get dry. I was sitting by the heater when I heard the noise again. A slow creak from the porch. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. Through the gap in the curtain, I saw her. She was standing maybe 5 feet from the window. A thin woman, too thin, like her clothes were draped over sticks. She wore a long coat, soaked through and clinging to her frame. Her hair was matted, hanging in front of her face. I couldn't see her eyes, but I saw her mouth. It was open just slightly, not like she was speaking, just open. She didn't move. She just stood there, head tilted slightly to one side. I don't know how long I watched her. Felt like forever. Then, slowly, she turned and walked back into the woods. Her steps were strange, like her legs didn't bend right. Each movement was stiff and wrong. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept the heater off and sat with a hammer in my hand, watching the door. The next morning, she was gone.
No prints.
No sign of anyone. I hiked out to the high ground to send a report to the company. I told them there was trespassing, damage to the cabin, possible vagrants in the woods. I asked them to send someone. They didn't reply until the next day. Said they'd have someone out in 3 days. Just wait it out. I didn't wait. I packed everything, locked the cabin, and left. I hiked 5 hours through the woods until I reached a small road. From there, I walked another hour until I found a pub with signal. I called a taxi and got to the nearest train station. I never went back. I sent the company my final report and told them I wasn't finishing the job. I didn't ask for the rest of the payment. I didn't care. A few months later, I read something online. A post in a forum about off-grid places in the UK. Someone mentioned a stretch of private forest near Northumberland where hikers kept going missing back in the 90s. The area had been closed off for years. Quietly, no press, just quietly fenced and forgotten. Someone posted a photo of a trail sign, worn and faded. Behind it, just barely in the corner of the image, was a figure. A woman, thin, hair in her face, standing too close to the tree line. I didn't reply to the post. I closed the browser and never opened it again. Now, years later, I still think about her sometimes. I wonder what she was, or who. Maybe she was just a person. Someone lost in her mind, living in the forest, surviving however she could. But the way she stood there, the way her mouth hung open and her body moved like the joints didn't fit right, none of it felt human. I never went back to field work after that. I took a desk job, started living in cities, away from forests and cabins and anything too quiet. I don't hike anymore. I don't go camping. I don't even like walking alone at night, because sometimes, in the dark, I remember that feeling. That moment I saw her standing there, watching me, and I know deep down she saw me too. I never wanted to be a caretaker. The job was easy, sure, but it wasn't something I had ever imagined myself doing. It just sort of happened. I was between jobs, struggling to keep up with bills, and a friend told me about a place outside of town that needed someone to watch over it. A cemetery. The owner, an old man named Howard, was retiring, and they needed someone to take care of the land, keep the grass trimmed, make sure no one vandalized anything, and handle the occasional burial. It wasn't exactly my dream job, but it came with a small cabin on the property, rent-free. That was enough to get me to say yes. The cemetery was about 5 miles out from the nearest town, surrounded by dense trees. The main road led straight to the entrance, where an old iron gate stood, rusted and bent in places. Beyond that was the graveyard itself, a quiet stretch of land with headstones scattered in uneven rows. Some were new, polished, and well-kept, while others were old and cracked, barely standing. And then there was the cabin. It sat at the back of the property, just past the last row of graves, near the tree line. It was small, 1 bedroom, a tiny kitchen, a bathroom barely big enough to turn around in. The walls were old wood, stained dark from years of weather. It had been used by caretakers before me, but it still smelled like dust and damp wood. Howard handed me the keys, gave me a brief rundown of what I needed to do, and then left. That first night, I barely slept. Even though I was exhausted from moving my things in, I couldn't get comfortable. Every creak of the wood, every gust of wind outside, every distant sound from the cemetery had me wide awake. It wasn't fear, not exactly. It was just unsettling. I kept telling myself it was just a job, just a place, nothing more. I woke up early the next morning and got to work. I walked the property, checking the fence line. Some of the headstones had been knocked over, probably by age, so I made a mental note to see if I could fix them later. The trees cast long shadows over the graves, making everything feel colder than it should have been. The days were easy, the nights were not. By the third night, I was convinced I was hearing things. It started off small, a rustling in the trees, a soft scraping sound near the cabin. At first, I told myself it was just animals. There were plenty of them in the area. Foxes, raccoons, even the occasional deer. But then I started hearing footsteps. They were distant at first, coming from somewhere near the graves. Slow, steady. I told myself it was my imagination, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside. The air was cold, colder than it should have been for that time of year. My breath fogged in front of me as I shined the light over the graves. Nothing. The trees swayed gently in the wind, their branches creaking. But the sound of footsteps had stopped. I stayed outside for a few minutes, scanning the area, but I didn't see anything. I told myself I was just being paranoid, but I locked the cabin door anyway. A week passed, and I started to settle into a routine. Mornings were spent taking care of the cemetery, pulling weeds, trimming the grass, cleaning up fallen branches. Afternoons were quiet. Evenings were colder than they should have been. And at night, I kept hearing the footsteps. I tried to ignore them, but it was impossible. They would start at the same time just after midnight. Slow, deliberate steps moving through the graves. Sometimes I would hear them stop, pause for a while, then start again. Every time I went outside to check, there was nothing, but I knew I wasn't imagining it. One night, I decided to stay up and wait. I turned off the lights in the cabin, sat by the window, and watched. The moon was out, casting pale light over the graveyard. The wind was still. Everything was quiet. Then I heard it. Footsteps, coming from the far side of the cemetery. I gripped the flashlight tightly, my heart pounding. The sound was getting closer. Not running, not stumbling, just slow, steady steps moving through the graves. I turned on the flashlight and pointed it toward the sound. Nothing, but I knew I had heard it. I stayed up the rest of the night, watching, waiting, but the footsteps never came back. The next morning, I found something near one of the graves. Footprints. They were faint, just impressions in the dirt, but they were there.
Bare footprints. No shoes. No socks.
Just the shape of feet pressed into the ground. And they were fresh. I followed them for a while, but they faded as they neared the trees. I didn't know what to think. That night, I locked the door and shut all the windows. I told myself that if I just ignored it, it would go away. Didn't. The footsteps came back, louder this time, closer, and then I heard something else. Breathing. Slow, heavy breathing right outside the cabin. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The sound stayed for what felt like hours just beyond the wall, just outside the window. Then, finally, it was gone. I didn't sleep that night. By the time the sun came up, I had already made my decision. I packed my things, grabbed my keys, and walked to my truck. I didn't look back. I didn't care about the job, about the free cabin. None of it was worth this. As I started the engine, I glanced toward the cemetery one last time. There, standing among the graves, was a man, barefoot, still, watching me. I drove away and never went back. That was years ago. I don't know who or what was out there. I don't want to know. All I know is that I was right to leave. It was supposed to be a peaceful weekend, just a break from the noise of everyday life. I had rented an old cabin, tucked away on a small farm in the middle of nowhere. The idea was simple: escape the chaos for a few days, unwind, and reconnect with nature. No cell service, no distractions, just me, the cabin, and the wilderness surrounding it. The cabin itself sat at the edge of a small field, framed by a dense, quiet forest that stretched for miles in every direction. I had been looking forward to it for weeks. I remember driving down that long, winding road, the trees thickening as I moved further into the heart of nowhere. The clouds were low that day, and the air smelled fresh, almost earthy. It had rained the night before, and the ground was still damp. The sky was overcast, casting everything in a muted, somber light. As I turned off the main road and onto a smaller gravel path, the tires kicked up little plumes of dust that hung in the air for a moment before settling again. The cabin came into view soon after, sitting alone on the far edge of the property. I wasn't expecting luxury. The cabin was simple, wooden, with a weathered roof and a stone chimney curling out smoke into the sky. There was a small porch with a rocking chair and a rusty old lantern hanging by the door. It was charming in a way, but definitely showing its age. It looked like it hadn't seen much attention in the past few years. Inside, it was cozy. The floors creaked with every step, and the smell of old wood and must filled the air. The furniture was rustic, mismatched, but functional. A worn leather couch sat in front of a fireplace, and a thick woolen rug covered the floor. The kitchen was small but well-equipped, with an old wood stove, a small refrigerator, and a wooden table with 2 chairs. It wasn't much, but it felt like the perfect retreat. I settled in quickly, unpacking my bag and making myself at home. There was a stack of firewood by the fireplace, so I started a small fire to warm the place up. The flames flickered and danced, casting soft shadows on the walls. I spent the next few hours enjoying the peace and quiet. I cooked a simple meal, nothing fancy, and ate while I watched the fire burn low. Outside, the wind picked up, causing the trees to sway and rustle. The air felt heavy, like a storm might be on the way. As night fell, I began to feel that familiar unease that comes with being alone in a secluded place. The creaks of the old cabin seemed louder in the silence, the wind outside sounding like distant whispers. But I shook it off. It was just my imagination, I told myself. I wasn't used to being completely alone in a place like this, but it was nice, too. No one around, no distractions, just a few quiet days to reset my mind. That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't help but feel a little jumpy. The wind outside had picked up, and the rain began to fall again, hitting the roof in a rhythmic patter. I closed my eyes, trying to force myself to sleep, but every so often, I would hear something that made me sit up, listening. A faint thud, the sound of something shifting. I convinced myself it was just the house settling, old wood moving under the pressure of the wind and rain. But then, around midnight, I heard something that made my blood run cold. A knock. At first, I thought it was just a trick of my mind, maybe a branch hitting the side of the cabin in the wind. But then there was another knock, this time louder. It echoed through the empty house. My heart started racing, and I slowly got out of bed, my feet cold against the wooden floor. I moved cautiously to the window and peered outside into the darkness. There was no one there. I stood there for a few moments, staring into the rain-soaked night. The wind howled, and the trees creaked and groaned, but everything seemed still. I told myself it was nothing, maybe an animal or some debris falling against the cabin. But the feeling of unease remained. I locked the door and went back to bed, trying to push the thought from my mind. Sleep didn't come easily that night. The next day, I tried to shake off the weird feeling from the night before. The sun had come out, casting a pale light over the land, and the storm had moved off. I took a walk around the property to explore. The field around the cabin was overgrown with tall grass and wildflowers, and in the distance, I could see the edge of the forest. There was a barn a little further off, its roof sagging with age, and an old, rusted tractor sitting in the yard. The place had been abandoned for some time, but it was peaceful. I spent the morning exploring the area, but the strange feeling from the night before lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every now and then, I would glance over my shoulder, expecting to see someone standing there, but there was never anyone. I figured it was just my nerves, but the feeling wouldn't go away. By mid-afternoon, I was back inside the cabin, reading a book by the fire. The rain had started up again, tapping softly against the windows. It was soothing in a way, but also isolating. I thought about the knock from the night before, but I convinced myself it had just been my imagination. The place was old, and the wind played tricks on you. Still, I couldn't help but feel like something was off. As the evening approached, I decided to take another walk, this time around the back of the cabin. The sun was setting, and the sky had turned a muted orange. The wind had died down, and everything was eerily quiet. As I walked behind the cabin, I noticed something strange. A set of footprints in the mud. They were large, deep imprints, and they led from the edge of the forest to the back of the cabin. I froze, my heart racing. I hadn't heard anyone approach. I crouched down and examined the prints. They were fresh, no more than a few hours old. I looked around, feeling the hair on the back of my neck stand up. There was no sign of anyone around, but the tracks were clear. They hadn't been there when I had walked around earlier. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Could someone have been here? Maybe someone from the nearby town? I told myself it was probably just a neighbor, but something didn't feel right. I hurried back inside, locking the door behind me. The unease had turned into full-blown anxiety now. I tried to focus on something, anything, but my mind kept racing back to those footprints. Had someone been watching me? That night, I couldn't sleep at all. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind felt amplified. The fear gripped me, making my chest tighten. I kept checking the windows, half expecting to see someone standing out there, but there was nothing. The hours dragged on, and I finally dozed off from sheer exhaustion. The next morning, I woke to a thick fog hanging over the property. It was a strange, low mist that seemed to cover everything, making the world look like it had been swallowed whole. I was on edge, but I couldn't sit in the cabin all day. I had to get out. I decided to check the barn, hoping to find something that would explain what had happened. As I walked through the fog, I felt the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. The world was unnervingly silent, the only sound being the crunch of my boots against the wet earth. When I reached the barn, I hesitated before opening the door. It creaked loudly as I pulled it open, revealing a dark interior filled with old hay bales, rusted farm tools, and broken furniture. I stepped inside, my eyes scanning the shadows. The air smelled damp and stale. The door slammed shut behind me, and I spun around, heart pounding. Nothing. But then I saw it. In the corner of the barn, there was a small pile of leaves, almost like someone had been hiding something there. I approached cautiously, my hand trembling. As I moved the leaves aside, I saw something that made my stomach turn. A torn, blood-stained shirt. My mind raced as I took in the scene. The shirt was fresh, the blood still bright, not dried. My first instinct was to run, but I forced myself to stay calm. I backed out of the barn slowly, my mind whirling with questions. Was someone here? Had they been hiding here? The footprints, the knock at the door, the shirt. Everything pointed to one terrifying conclusion. I was not alone. The rest of the day passed in a haze of fear and paranoia. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, waiting. The isolation that had seemed so peaceful before now felt like a trap. I couldn't stay there anymore. I packed my things and drove away, my eyes constantly scanning the road behind me, half expecting someone to follow. I never found out who had been on the property that night or why they were there. But as I drove away, I felt a strange sense of relief. The cabin, the barn, the tracks in the mud, they were all behind me now. Whatever had happened, whatever had been lurking out there, it was no longer my problem. I had no intention of returning, but part of me still wonders, what was that shirt doing in the barn? Who had been watching me and why? And will I ever truly know what happened that weekend? It was one of those days when everything felt off, the air thick with unspoken tension, as though the world itself was holding its breath. The kind of day where your heart just knows something is about to happen, even if your brain can't make sense of it yet. I had been driving for hours. The road stretched out ahead of me in a never-ending loop of asphalt and trees, the sky heavy with the promise of rain. The kind of rain that makes you feel like you're trapped inside a world that doesn't quite care about your existence. It had been 5 years since I last set foot on that road. 5 years since the divorce, 5 years since I'd made the decision to leave. We weren't on bad terms, at least not in the way most people expect after a divorce. My ex-husband, Luke, and I just grew apart. We had different dreams, different lives, and eventually we stopped pretending that things would go back to how they once were. But there was something that had always stayed with me, the cabin. Luke's cabin was a place that once held everything we'd wanted. It was small but cozy, tucked away deep in the woods, far from any city or town. I remembered the long weekends we spent there, cutting firewood, hiking through the trees, and pretending we had no cares in the world. Felt like home, in a way I couldn't quite explain. But after the divorce, it felt like a place I needed to forget. Yet here I was driving back to it. The reason was simple. My parents had asked me to collect some of the things I left behind. Old furniture, clothes I hadn't worn in years. I didn't need them, but it was a request I couldn't turn down. Maybe it was nostalgia, maybe guilt, but I'd agreed. And now, as I passed the familiar landmarks along the way, I felt a strange knot form in my stomach. The cabin was just up ahead, a few more miles down the road. I hadn't seen it in years, but I knew it as well as I knew my own name. The road curved, and the trees seemed to close in on me, the world becoming quieter with each mile. The car's tires hummed against the pavement, and I felt an uneasy anticipation creep up my spine. I didn't know what I expected. Luke had long since moved on, remarried even. He wasn't going to be there, not that I wanted him to be. But there was something about returning to that place. Something about revisiting the past that made my pulse race. The cabin came into view, and my breath caught in my throat. It looked the same, and yet it felt different. The wooden structure, weathered by years of exposure to the elements, still stood proudly, its roof sagging slightly under the weight of time. The windows were dark, reflecting the overcast sky, and the front porch, once a place of laughter and lazy afternoons, now looked abandoned, like the life that once filled it had been swept away. I parked my car in the gravel driveway and sat there for a moment, staring at the cabin. The air was heavy, as though something was waiting, but I couldn't put my finger on what it was. Maybe it was just nerves. I hadn't been back here since I left, and now, with my ex's shadow still lingering in my mind, I was unsure of what I'd find. Finally, I stepped out of the car, the gravel crunching under my boots. The ground was damp, the sky still threatening rain, but I wasn't going to back out now. I grabbed the small duffel bag I had packed with a few necessities and started toward the front door. The porch creaked beneath my weight as I approached, and I reached for the doorknob. It was cold, almost clammy, but the door opened with a soft groan. I stepped inside, immediately hit by the smell of old wood and dust. It was as if the cabin had been waiting for me, holding its breath all this time. The living room looked exactly as I remembered it. Old furniture that had been there when we first bought the place, a fireplace that had long since lost its warmth, and a worn-out rug that had seen better days. There was a sense of emptiness, as if the walls were still holding onto the memories of happier times. I made my way to the back room where I used to sleep. The bed was still there, the sheets in disarray, as though someone had lain there recently. But that wasn't possible. No one had been here in years. I tried to shake off the strange feeling in my stomach, but it lingered, pressing against my chest like a weight. I went about my task, grabbing what I needed: old clothes, a few books, and some photos. I stuffed them into the duffel bag and made my way back to the front door, ready to leave. But as I passed the window, something caught my eye. At first, I thought it was just the reflection of the trees outside. But then I saw it again, a figure moving just beyond the edge of the trees. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, but the longer I looked, the more certain I became that someone was out there. I froze. The figure was tall, obscured by the thick trees, but there was something unsettling about the way it moved. It wasn't natural. It was as if it was circling the cabin, moving from one shadow to the next, never fully stepping into the light. My heart started pounding in my chest, and I instinctively backed away from the window, my mind racing. Was it Luke? No, it couldn't be. He didn't live here anymore. And yet, the figure moved with such purpose, such deliberate slowness, that I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, waiting. I grabbed my bag and rushed back to the car, my pulse thundering in my ears. The rain had started to fall, light at first, but quickly turning heavier. I couldn't see anything now through the mist, but I felt eyes on me. My hands shook as I fumbled with the car door, barely managing to get inside. I started the engine and pulled away, the gravel crunching under the tires. But as I looked back one last time, I saw it. Just for a split second, the figure standing at the edge of the woods watching me go. I didn't stop. Couldn't. I didn't look back again as I drove down the road, the rain pouring down in sheets, the wipers struggling to keep up. My heart was still racing, my mind still trying to process what I had seen. But there was one thing I knew for certain. I wasn't alone out there. Not anymore. The rest of the drive was uneventful, my mind still racing with thoughts of the figure, of the cabin. The feeling of being watched didn't leave me, and even as I pulled into my driveway hours later, it was still there. The weight of it, the sensation that something, or someone, was lurking just beyond my reach. I tried to convince myself that it was nothing, that it was just my imagination running wild. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The next morning, I got a call. It was from the sheriff's department. They had found a body near the cabin. A man. They didn't know who he was, but the description was chilling: tall, dressed in dark clothing, and with a strange gait. The sheriff asked if I knew anyone who might fit that description. I didn't, but as I hung up the phone, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just narrowly escaped something or someone. I never went back to that cabin again. Couldn't. The memories of that night, of the figure in the woods, would follow me for the rest of my life. The sheriff never found out who the man was. The case went cold. But I knew the truth. The figure I had seen that night wasn't just a shadow of the past. It was something darker, something that had been waiting all along. I never wanted to own a cabin. It wasn't a dream of mine to have some remote getaway in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by miles of dense forest with nothing but the sound of wind through the trees. But life has a way of throwing things at you when you least expect it. This cabin belonged to my uncle. I wasn't particularly close to him, but when he passed away in 2017, I was surprised to find out he had left the place to me. My mother told me it was probably because I was the only one in the family who enjoyed the outdoors, the only one who might have actually used it. She wasn't wrong. It was an old log cabin deep in the woods of Montana, about 30 miles from the nearest town. The only way in was a narrow dirt road that twisted through the trees, barely wide enough for my truck. The place had no electricity, no running water, just a wood stove for heat and an old hand pump well for drinking water. I had no real plans for the cabin, but after some time, I figured it would be a good place to get away, to clear my head. Life had been wearing me down, and the thought of a few weeks alone, with nothing but nature, sounded perfect. I packed up my truck with supplies, canned food, bottled water, a rifle for hunting, and a pistol for safety. It took me nearly an hour to drive the rough road leading up to the cabin. The trees grew thicker the farther I went, the branches reaching overhead and blotting out the late afternoon sky. When I finally pulled up, I sat in the truck for a long moment, just looking at it. The cabin was exactly how I remembered it from my childhood. A simple one-room structure with a small porch out front. It was solid, but it looked like it hadn't been touched in years. The windows were dusty, the wooden steps creaked under my weight, and the door stuck a little when I pushed it open. Inside, it smelled of old wood and dust. The furniture was still there. A small table, a few chairs, and an old cot in the corner. My uncle's belongings were gone, but it still felt like his place. I spent the first couple of days chopping wood, cleaning, and making sure everything was in order. The days were peaceful, quiet, the kind of quiet you don't get in the city. At night, the only sound was the crackling of the fire in the wood stove and the occasional rustling of leaves outside. Then, on the third night, something changed. I was sitting on the porch, drinking a beer, staring up at the stars when I heard something in the woods. A branch snapping. It wasn't the sound of a small animal, not the quick scurry of a squirrel or the soft padding of a deer. It was something heavier, something deliberate. I held my breath, listening. Silence. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe a bear, maybe the wind. The next morning, I found tracks near the cabin. At first, I thought they were coyote tracks, but the longer I looked at them, the less sense they made. They were almost human, but not quite. The toes were too long, the shape slightly wrong. I felt a chill creep up my spine. That night, the noises came back. The sound of footsteps circling the cabin, slow and steady. Every few minutes, I'd hear a low, guttural noise, like a growl, but not quite. I grabbed my rifle and sat by the door, heart pounding. Then, around midnight, something tapped on the window. Not a hard knock, just a soft, deliberate tap. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The fire in the wood stove cast shadows across the walls, and in that flickering light, I saw something through the window. A face. Not a human face. Not an animal's. It was something in between. The skin was stretched too tight, the mouth too wide, the eyes black and empty. It was staring right at me. I raised the rifle, but by the time I got to my feet, it was gone. I didn't sleep that night. Every sound outside sent my heart racing. The next morning, I found more tracks circling the cabin. I knew deep down that whatever this was, it wasn't going away. That evening, I built a fire outside, hoping it would keep whatever it was at bay. I kept my rifle close, my pistol even closer. The sounds started again, just after sundown. This time, they were louder, closer. The footsteps moved quickly, darting from tree to tree. I could hear breathing, ragged and uneven. Then, just past the firelight, I saw it. It was standing there, just beyond the reach of the flames. Tall, too tall. Its limbs were long and thin, its head tilted at an unnatural angle. It wasn't moving, just watching. I raised my rifle, but my hands were shaking so badly I wasn't sure I could hit anything. Then it spoke. It didn't sound right. It was a voice, but it wasn't human. It was like someone trying to copy human speech but getting it wrong. It said my name. I don't remember pulling the trigger, but suddenly my rifle was going off. The thing moved fast, too fast. It disappeared into the darkness, and for the next few hours, everything was quiet. But I knew it was still out there. At first light, I packed up my things. I didn't care about leaving supplies behind. I didn't care about the cabin. I just wanted to get the hell out. As I was loading up the truck, I saw something at the edge of the woods. It was standing there again, watching. I got in the truck and drove as fast as I could down that narrow dirt road, barely keeping control. I didn't stop until I was miles away. I never went back to that cabin. I don't know what I saw. I don't want to know. But sometimes, late at night, I think about that voice, and I wonder if it still remembers my name. It was late autumn when I decided to build a small cabin deep in the woods, away from everything. The land was cheap, about an hour's drive from the nearest town. It wasn't much, just a clearing surrounded by thick trees, but it was mine. I had planned this for months, gathering supplies, checking weather reports, and making sure I had everything I needed. The goal was simple: get the walls up, the roof covered, and at least a temporary shelter ready before the heavy winter storms set in. The forecast had called for light rain that evening, but nothing too serious. I figured I could get most of the frame up before dark and then spend the night inside my truck, sleeping in the front seat. It wasn't a comfortable setup, but I had done worse before. The problem with forecasts, though, is that they're rarely right. By the time I had the foundation beams in place, the sky had turned a deep gray. The air was heavy, the kind of pressure that makes your ears pop. I could smell the rain before I even saw it. A damp, earthy scent creeping through the trees. Then it came. It started as a drizzle, light drops tapping against the tools I had laid out. I ignored it, working as quickly as I could. But within minutes, it turned into a downpour, sheets of rain hammering against the ground, turning dirt into thick mud. Water pooled in the holes I had dug, soaking into my boots, making every step feel heavier. I told myself to keep going. The rain wasn't going to stop me. I had been out in the woods plenty of times before, hiking, camping, even hunting when I had the time. But something about being out there alone in the rain, building a shelter from scratch, made the place feel different. The trees, usually welcoming, now stood like dark figures in the mist. The sound of rain drowned out everything else. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the endless drumming on the canopy above. I kept working, my hands stiff with cold. The frame was coming together, rough but solid. I kept glancing back toward my truck, just 100 feet away, parked near the tree line. It looked farther than it should have. I shook it off. I was tired, soaked, and hungry. My mind was playing tricks on me. The first time I noticed, I thought it was nothing. A shape in the trees, barely visible through the rain. Just a trick of the light, I told myself. But as the night crept in, I felt it more and more. The weight of eyes on me. I stopped hammering and looked around. Nothing, just trees, rain, and darkness. But that feeling didn't go away. I worked faster, my hands numb. The rain made everything slippery. My saw kept slipping from my grip, mud caked my clothes, and my arms burned from lifting the heavy beams. Every time I turned back toward my truck, I felt like something had shifted, like the woods were different from how I had last seen them. At one point, I thought I saw movement between the trees, just a flicker barely noticeable. My heart pounded, but I told myself it was just the wind moving the branches. I wanted to keep working. I wanted to get that roof up, but I knew when to stop pushing. I had done enough for the night. I grabbed my flashlight and headed back to the truck. The moment I turned the beam into the trees, I thought I saw something move. A shape, dark and still, blending into the forest. I stood there, staring. My breath came in quick bursts, but when I blinked, it was gone. Maybe it had never been there. I told myself it was nothing, just exhaustion. Inside the truck, I tried to dry off as best as I could. The rain pounded on the windshield, making it impossible to see outside. I turned on the engine for warmth, letting it run for a few minutes before shutting it off to save fuel. I ate a protein bar, washed it down with some water, and tried to settle in. But sleep didn't come easy. I kept thinking about that shape in the trees. The rain didn't let up. It only got worse, hammering against the roof of the truck like it was trying to break through. The windows fogged up, and even though I wiped them down, I couldn't see much past the thick downpour. At some point, I must have dozed off. I woke up to a sound. Not the rain. Something else. A thud. Muffled but clear. I sat up fast, my heart pounding. I reached for the flashlight and aimed it through the windshield. Nothing. Just rain and darkness. I turned the light toward the side window and froze. There were footprints in the mud. Deep, fresh, leading up to the truck. I hadn't left those. I gripped the flashlight tighter, scanning the trees. Nothing moved, but I knew with every part of me that I wasn't alone. I didn't wait. I turned the key, the engine roared to life, and I threw the truck into reverse. The tires spun in the mud for a second before catching. I backed up fast, then swung around, my headlights cutting through the rain. That's when I saw it. Just for a second, a figure standing near the half-built cabin. Not moving, just standing, watching. I slammed my foot on the gas. The truck lurched forward, bouncing over the rough terrain. My heart pounded as I sped down the narrow dirt path, the headlights barely lighting the way. I didn't stop until I was miles away, back on the main road. Even then, I didn't feel safe. I spent the night at a cheap motel on the edge of town, barely sleeping, my mind racing. By morning, the rain had stopped. The sky was clear, bright, like the storm had never happened. I considered going back, finishing the cabin, pretending like nothing had happened. But I knew better. Something was out there. Something had been watching me, and it had left footprints. I never went back. I sold the land, losing money in the process, but I didn't care. Some places aren't meant to be lived in. Some places don't want you there. I still think about that night sometimes. The rain, the feeling of being watched, the footprints, and that figure standing in the darkness, watching as I drove away. I was in my late 30s when I decided to take a break from the noise of city life and retreat to a quiet cabin in the United Kingdom. The year was 2017, and I had been working long hours at a finance job in London. The stress had been piling up, and I felt like I was suffocating under the weight of deadlines and responsibilities. A week away in the countryside seemed like the perfect solution. I found a cabin for rent in Northumberland, near Kielder Forest. It was remote, surrounded by trees, with no other houses nearby. The nearest village was about a 30-minute drive away, and even that was just a handful of cottages, a small shop, and a pub. The isolation didn't bother me. In fact, that was what I was looking for. A place where I could breathe, clear my head, and be alone with my thoughts. The cabin itself was simple but comfortable. It had one bedroom, a living area with a wood-burning stove, and a small kitchen. The owner, a man in his 60s named Peter, had told me over the phone that there was no Wi-Fi and limited phone reception. That was fine with me. I wanted to disconnect for a while. I arrived in the late afternoon, just as the sun was beginning to dip below the trees. The air was crisp, the scent of damp earth and pine filling my lungs. After unloading my things, I made a cup of tea and sat on the porch, listening to the distant hoot of an owl. For the first time in months, I felt calm. That night, I slept deeply, wrapped in the heavy silence of the woods. When I woke up the next morning, I felt refreshed. The day passed peacefully. I took a long walk through the trees, cooked a simple meal, and spent the evening reading by the fire. But as the sun began to set, something shifted. It started with a feeling, a strange, prickling sensation at the back of my neck, like I was being watched. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was too used to the constant presence of people in the city and wasn't accustomed to being alone. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. Later, when I stepped outside to get some firewood, I saw her. She was standing at the edge of the trees, maybe 20 meters away. A woman, dressed in an old-fashioned, long gray coat. Her hair was dark, tangled, and hung loose over her shoulders. She wasn't moving, just standing there, staring at the cabin. My first thought was that she might be lost, maybe a hiker who had wandered too far from the trails. But something about her posture, the way she stood so still, made me hesitate. "Hello," I called out instinctively, but the word felt empty in the open air. She didn't respond. I took a step forward, but as I did, she turned and walked into the trees. Not in a hurry, not running, just walking, as if she hadn't been staring at my cabin for who knows how long. I felt a chill creep over me. Something about her had unsettled me in a way I couldn't explain. Still, I tried to convince myself that it was nothing, just some local out for a walk, maybe a bit strange, but harmless. That night, though, sleep didn't come as easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face. Not distinct, just a pale shape in the dark. The next day, I tried to brush it off. I kept myself busy, chopping wood, exploring the surrounding area, anything to keep my mind occupied. By the time evening came, I was feeling more at ease. And then, just as the last light of the day faded, I saw her again. She was closer this time, standing in the same spot at the edge of the trees, but this time she was no more than 10 meters from the porch, close enough that I could see her features. A thin face, sunken cheeks, eyes that were too dark in the dim light. My stomach clenched. I didn't move. I didn't speak. I just stood there, staring at her as she stared back. Then, without warning, she turned and walked into the trees again. Something about the way she moved made my skin crawl. It was deliberate but unnatural, like she wasn't just walking away, but withdrawing, like she had gotten closer on purpose, just to see how I'd react. I locked the doors that night. I double-checked the windows. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that she was just a local woman with odd habits, that she wasn't a threat. But deep down, I didn't believe that. I barely slept. Every sound outside made my heart pound. A branch snapping, the wind rustling through the trees. It all felt wrong. The next morning, I decided I'd had enough. I wasn't going to wait around for another encounter. I packed up my things and loaded them into the car. As I was about to leave, I took one last look at the Treeline. She was there, standing at the exact spot where I had seen her the first time, watching. A sick feeling twisted in my gut. I got in my car and drove away without looking back. When I reached the nearest village, I stopped at the small shop to return the cabin key to Peter. He noticed my pale face and asked if everything was all right. I hesitated, then asked, "Do people ever wander near the cabin?" Peter's expression darkened slightly. "Not usually." "Why?" I considered telling him everything, but instead, I just shook my head. "Just saw someone. Thought it was strange." He nodded slowly. "Well, you're not the first." That was all he said. I didn't ask any more questions. I left Northumberland that day and never went back. Years later, I still think about that woman. About the way she stood so still, the way she got closer, the way she was there that last morning, watching. I don't know who she was or what she wanted, and I don't want to know. It was the end of the summer in 2019 when I decided to take a trip to a remote cabin in the Adirondack Mountains. I had been working for months without a break, and I was in desperate need of some solitude. My name's Jack, 35 years old, and I work in IT, so I spend most of my days behind a desk. The thought of getting away from the constant buzz of my phone, the emails, and the endless stream of notifications felt like a blessing. I booked a small, secluded cabin for a weekend to unwind, hoping the fresh air and time alone would give me the recharge I needed. The cabin was located about 3 hours north of Albany, tucked away on the edge of a dense forest. The road leading up to it was narrow, winding, and far from well-maintained. The last stretch of the drive felt like I was heading into nowhere. I remember turning off my phone just before I got to the cabin. It had no service out here, and I figured it would be good to fully disconnect. When I finally arrived, I parked my truck in front of the cabin and stood there for a moment. The place was everything I imagined. A small, wooden structure with a front porch, surrounded by towering pine trees. The air was fresh, crisp with a touch of autumn's chill. The ground around the cabin was scattered with leaves, and a slight breeze rustled through the trees. No signs of life, no noise from traffic or people. Just silence, interrupted only by the occasional call of a distant bird. The cabin itself was old, though it looked well maintained. It had a rustic charm, like something out of a nature magazine. I unlocked the door, grabbed my bag, and stepped inside. The smell of wood and old leather hit me immediately. The interior was cozy. Wooden beams lined the ceiling, and the floors creaked with every step I took. A fireplace sat to the right, its hearth cold and empty, but the rest of the space was inviting. Simple furniture, a small kitchen, a couple of armchairs, and a large window that gave a perfect view of the forest outside. I spent the first few hours unpacking and settling in. I had no real plan except to relax and enjoy the peace. I didn't bother lighting the fireplace, as the weather was still warm enough for just a light jacket. I stepped out onto the porch, sat on one of the rocking chairs, and took in the view. The forest was thick, but I could see the occasional clearing where the sun would shine through the trees, casting long shadows. The first evening passed without incident. I had a small campfire in the backyard, roasted some hot dogs, and spent the rest of the night reading a book by the light of a lantern. As I went to bed, I felt a sense of contentment. I was glad I came here, far away from the distractions of everyday life. But it wasn't long before things started to feel off. I woke up the next morning to the sound of something scraping against the side of the cabin. It was subtle at first, but it was enough to stir me from my sleep. I lay there in the dark, listening. The sound came again, like fingernails dragging across wood, slow and deliberate. I waited, trying to convince myself that it was just an animal. A raccoon, maybe, or some other creature looking for food. I dismissed the thought and forced myself to fall back asleep, but I couldn't shake the unease. When morning finally came, I got up, made some coffee, and went outside to check around the cabin. Nothing. The ground around the cabin was undisturbed, and the trees were still. The only sign of life was the faint trail of smoke rising from my fire pit, where I'd cooked dinner the night before. Could have been nothing. I convinced myself it was just the wind, or maybe the house settling. Still, I kept an eye out for the rest of the morning, but nothing seemed unusual. That was until the next day when the noise came again. This time, it was louder, unmistakable. A deep, scraping sound, almost like claws digging into the side of the cabin. It was late afternoon, and I was sitting on the porch when I heard it. I stood up, looking toward the corner of the cabin where the noise had originated. The sun was starting to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows across the yard. I felt a chill run down my spine. I walked around the cabin, checking every corner, every window. But again, there was nothing. No animal tracks, no broken branches, just the deep, unsettling silence of the forest. That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It wasn't just the noise. It was the sense that someone or something was out there watching me. The wind picked up, and I could hear the rustling of the trees outside, but even that sound felt distant. The cabin felt so isolated, so cut off from the world, and I couldn't help but feel vulnerable. I lay awake for hours, listening to the occasional creak of the cabin, unsure of whether it was the house or something else. Then, around midnight, I heard it again. This time, it was different. The scraping had stopped, replaced by something more deliberate. A thudding sound, like a fist banging against the wood. It was coming from the back of the cabin, where I had made the fire the night before. I grabbed my flashlight and rushed to the window, scanning the yard. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees, but there was nothing. I waited, my heart pounding in my chest, and then I saw it. A figure standing at the edge of the tree line. It was tall, maybe 6 feet or more, and it stood completely still. It was difficult to make out details, but I could see the outline of its shape through the shadows. The figure didn't move. It just stood there watching the cabin. I squinted, but the figure didn't come any closer. It didn't make a sound. It was as if it knew I could see it and was just waiting. I pulled away from the window, my mind racing. I didn't know what to do. I considered grabbing my truck keys and leaving, but something kept me rooted to the spot. Fear, maybe, or curiosity. Whatever it was, I couldn't bring myself to move. The figure remained outside for what felt like hours, but I didn't hear it move. It didn't leave. I spent the entire night wide awake, listening for any sound, any movement. The feeling of being watched never left. By morning, the figure was gone. The woods were silent again. There were no footprints in the dirt, no broken branches, just the same empty forest. But the feeling stayed with me. I knew something had been out there, but I couldn't explain what. My logical mind kept telling me it was just my imagination, a trick of the shadows, but deep down, I knew better. I decided to pack up and leave. I didn't want to stay another night. I couldn't explain why, but the thought of being alone in that cabin, with whatever was out there, filled me with a deep primal fear. As I loaded up my truck, I glanced toward the trees one last time, half expecting to see the figure again. But the woods were still. It wasn't until I was halfway down the mountain road, the cabin far behind me, that I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. I still don't know what happened that weekend. I don't know who or what was watching me, but I never went back to that cabin. And I never will. The woods might have their secrets, but some things are better left unexplained. The rain came down in sheets, smacking the windshield in a furious rhythm as I navigated the winding dirt road. The headlights from my truck cut through the night, illuminating the dense trees lining either side of me. I'd been driving for hours, leaving the city behind and heading deeper into the mountains. My destination? A cabin I'd inherited from an uncle I barely knew. The cabin sat on an old piece of land, a place my uncle had used as a hunting lodge when he was younger. He'd never married, never had kids, and as far as I knew, he didn't keep much company. I didn't know what to expect, but the idea of escaping the city, the noise, and the stress seemed like a good one. As I turned a corner, the cabin finally came into view. It was exactly as I remembered from the pictures, a rustic structure with peeling paint and an overgrown yard. The place had a certain charm, despite its disrepair. I parked the truck, grabbed my bag, and stepped out into the rain. The cold hit me like a slap in the face, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me as I made my way to the front door. The key was hidden under the porch like my uncle had said. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, immediately hit by the musty smell of the old wood. The air was stale, but the cabin had potential. A cozy fireplace sat in the living room, the perfect spot for a fire to chase away the chill. I threw my bag on the couch and set about unpacking. Nightfall came quickly, and with it, an eerie silence. The only sounds were the rain and the occasional creak of the old wood as the house settled. I didn't think much of it, just tried to relax. The warmth from the fire was comforting as I sat back, sipping on a beer. I wasn't expecting anything exciting, just a weekend to get away from it all. But that night, something felt off. I woke up to a strange noise. It was subtle at first, like a faint scratching sound. My eyes flicked open, and I lay still, straining my ears to catch it again. The rain had stopped, leaving behind a thick, heavy silence. But the sound persisted, growing louder. It was coming from outside. I grabbed the flashlight from the table beside the couch and made my way to the window. I couldn't see much through the rain-streaked glass, just the shadows of the trees swaying in the wind. Then I saw it, a figure moving in the distance, the faint silhouette of a person, moving slowly through the trees. My heart pounded in my chest. Who the hell was out there? The nearest neighbor was miles away, and it was far too late for anyone to be walking around out there. I grabbed my jacket, my pulse quickening. I couldn't just ignore it. There was something about that figure, something unsettling in the way it moved. I didn't know if I was being paranoid or if I was truly seeing something I shouldn't have, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I stepped outside onto the porch, scanning the yard. The figure was gone, swallowed by the darkness of the woods. I shivered, whether from the cold or fear, I wasn't sure. I decided to go back inside. As I turned to head back to the cabin, something caught my eye, a small, crumpled piece of paper on the porch. I bent down to pick it up, unfurling it carefully. It was a torn scrap of an old map, and a few words were scrawled on it in smudged ink. "Help me. 3 days." I stared at the note, my mind racing. The message was cryptic, and there was something in the words that sent a chill down my spine. Who was it meant for? Who had left it here? 1,000 thoughts ran through my mind. Should I call the cops? Should I leave? But the logical part of me pushed those thoughts aside. It was probably some prank or an old piece of trash that had blown onto the porch. Maybe some local kids had messed with it. But then I heard it again, the scratching sound. I stepped back into the cabin, my pulse spiking. The fire had burned low, casting long shadows across the room. I sat on the couch, eyes darting around, my nerves on edge. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The hours dragged on. Every little noise seemed amplified in the stillness. A crack from the floorboards, a rustle of leaves outside. I kept my flashlight close, my mind racing, as I tried to ignore the gnawing fear settling in my gut. I told myself it was nothing, I had to be overthinking it. But then the scratching grew louder. It wasn't just outside anymore. It was at the door. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't the wind. It was deliberate. Someone or something was at my door. I grabbed the gun my uncle had kept in a drawer in the kitchen. I didn't know how to use it, but the weight of it in my hand gave me some comfort. I crept toward the door, listening for any sound. The scratching had stopped, but I wasn't about to open it. I heard something else now, a low, raspy breath. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Whoever or whatever was outside, they were breathing just as hard as I was. I backed away slowly, trying to keep as quiet as possible. The gun was still in my grip, but I wasn't sure what I would do with it if I had to. I needed to figure out what was going on. It was then that I noticed something in the window. A figure standing just outside, watching me. The shadow was tall and thin, too thin, and the way it moved was unnatural. I froze. The figure raised its arm, and I could see something glint in its hand. A knife. A long, sharp knife. My heart raced. I had to do something. I didn't think. I just acted. I bolted for the back door, throwing it open and running into the woods, my heart pounding in my chest. I had no idea where I was going, just that I needed to get away. The rain had stopped, but the ground was slick with mud, and my feet slipped beneath me as I stumbled through the underbrush. I couldn't hear anything behind me, but the sense of being chased was overwhelming. Every crack of a twig, every rustle of the leaves felt like someone was right there, closing in on me. I didn't know how long I ran, but I eventually reached the road. My truck was parked just a few hundred yards down the way, and I sprinted toward it, gasping for breath. I didn't stop until I was inside, the engine roaring to life. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest town, where I found a payphone and called the police. I told them everything, the note, the figure, the knife. They said they'd send someone to investigate. It wasn't until the next day that they found the cabin. They didn't find anyone there. No sign of forced entry. No evidence of anyone being out in the woods that night. Nothing. But they did find something, the body of a man, buried just a few yards behind the cabin. He'd been dead for years, the body mummified, but it was clear he'd been murdered. The police couldn't identify him, and the case went cold. But the note, the cryptic message, stayed with me. I never went back to the cabin. I sold it off, not caring who bought it. I don't know if the killer was still out there, but I don't think I want to know. Some things, I guess, are better left buried. It was the middle of October, and the cold had already crept into the bones of the forest. The trees had turned a dull brown, their leaves scattered across the dirt road like forgotten remnants of the summer. I had been sent out to cover a remote cabin deep in the woods for a routine patrol. Nothing unusual, but I had been feeling on edge for days. I couldn't explain why, but something was off. The cabin sat alone, nestled between two thick stands of pine trees that barely let the sun break through. It had once belonged to an old woodsman, but now it was used for county deputies as a base of operations for those who patrolled the rural stretches of land that few people ever ventured into. I had been assigned to work a night shift there, something that didn't sit well with me. Maybe it was the isolation, the silence, or the dark woods pressing in on all sides. Whatever it was, my instincts were screaming at me to turn back. The drive there had been long and uneventful. The engine of my patrol truck hummed steadily as I made my way down narrow, winding roads. By the time I reached the cabin, the sky had turned a deep shade of purple, and the chill in the air had settled into my bones. I parked the truck by the front door and gathered my gear, making sure to lock the vehicle behind me. The heavy door creaked as I pushed it open, and the smell of stale air hit me like a punch in the face. The cabin was old, built from thick logs that had weathered over time but still held strong. There was a single light above the door that flickered, adding to the sense of desolation. Inside, the space was small. A few wooden chairs, a coffee table, and a fire pit in the center of the room. The fireplace was cold and unused. It was the kind of place that didn't need to be fancy, just functional. I hung my jacket on the back of a chair and made my way to the desk in the corner to fill out the paperwork for my shift. But the feeling of unease gnawed at me. I sat there for what felt like hours, the silence pressing in from every angle. No wind, no sound of animals, nothing. It was as if the whole world had gone still. I could hear my own breathing, the faint scratching of my pen against the paper. Something was wrong, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Around midnight, the wind finally started to pick up. It whistled through the cracks in the cabin, making the old wood groan and creak. I stood up to grab a fresh cup of coffee from the small kitchen, hoping it would clear my head. That's when I heard it. A noise outside, a soft thud, followed by the crunch of gravel. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a deer or a bear, but then I heard footsteps, heavy, deliberate steps, as if someone was walking right up to the cabin. My heart skipped a beat. I grabbed my flashlight and walked cautiously to the window. I peered through the small gap in the curtain, my breath fogging up the glass. The moon was low, casting long shadows across the yard. There, just beyond the porch light, I saw him, a man, tall and hunched, standing just out of reach of the light. My mind raced. This wasn't right. I was alone. I knew for a fact that there hadn't been any calls for service out here tonight. No one should be here. My fingers tightened around the flashlight. I debated my next move. I could call for backup, but it would take at least 20 minutes for anyone to get here. And then I remembered my training. Never assume it's just someone passing through. In this line of work, you trust your gut. And my gut was telling me that this wasn't an innocent wanderer. I waited for what felt like an eternity. The man didn't move. The silence outside seemed to deepen. My hand hovered near my gun holster. After a moment, the man stepped forward, his feet crunching against the gravel as he approached the door. I froze, barely breathing, praying he wouldn't notice the light inside the cabin. But of course he did. The man's eyes flashed toward the window where I stood. For a brief second, our gazes locked, and I felt a chill crawl up my spine. He didn't say anything. He just stood there, staring. Then, without warning, he turned and walked back into the woods. I didn't know what to make of it. He was gone just as quickly as he'd appeared, vanishing into the shadows. But my heart was still pounding in my chest. I had a bad feeling about this. I debated whether to follow him. But what if he was just someone lost in the woods? What if he was dangerous? It wasn't worth risking it. I stayed inside, keeping the lights low and my eyes trained on the door. For the next few hours, I stayed alert, my mind racing. Sleep wasn't an option. The next morning, the sun finally began to rise, casting a weak light over the forest. I hadn't seen or heard anything else from the man, but my nerves were shot. I decided to head out to check the area around the cabin for any signs of him. My boots crunched against the gravel as I stepped outside. The air was still cold, but the wind had died down. I walked around the cabin, looking for any evidence of the man from last night. And then I saw it. Footprints. Large, heavy prints in the dirt leading toward the back of the cabin. I followed them, my heart pounding once again. They led into the woods, but after a few yards, the prints stopped. No more steps. Nothing. I glanced around, unsure of what to do next. Should I go back to the truck and drive out? Should I call it in? But as I stood there, I heard something. A faint sound from deeper in the woods. A rustling. Something was moving through the trees. I felt a wave of panic rise in my chest. I wasn't trained for this. I was supposed to be patrolling the area, making sure everything was secure, but now I felt like prey. Slowly, I backed away, keeping my eyes on the woods, before turning to head back toward the cabin. And that's when I saw him again, the man from last night. He was standing near the trees, only this time he wasn't alone. 2 others stood with him. They were all wearing dark clothing, and their faces were partially obscured by the shadows. I froze, unsure of what to do. My hand reached for my gun, but before I could pull it free, one of them raised something, a rifle. I was too slow. The shot rang out and everything went black. It took me a long time to wake up. When I did, everything hurt. My head was pounding, and my body felt like it had been run over by a truck. I blinked, trying to clear the fog from my mind. I was lying on the ground, a few feet from the cabin. The cold air stung my skin, but there was no sound, no movement. My gun was gone. I forced myself to sit up. My stomach lurched. There was blood, so much blood, staining the ground beneath me. I touched my chest, feeling the warm wetness of it. I wasn't dead. Not yet. I slowly stood up, my legs unsteady beneath me. The woods were silent. I could hear nothing but my own ragged breath. My mind raced, piecing together the events. Those men, they hadn't just been trespassers. They'd come for me. They had been waiting, watching. I stumbled toward the cabin, determined to get to the radio inside. I couldn't let them get away with this. I had to call it in, warn anyone who might be nearby. My hands shook as I reached for the door, but before I could open it, I heard a voice. It was familiar. I turned, and there he was, the man who had shot me. But now something was different. He was standing in the doorway of the cabin, his gun aimed directly at me. The other 2 men were with him, their eyes cold and unblinking. I tried to raise my hands, but the blood was still pouring from my chest, and I couldn't keep my balance. He stepped forward, his eyes dark and empty. "You should have stayed away," he said, his voice low. And then, without another word, he pulled the trigger. The investigation later showed that they were a group of rogue cops. They had been running a smuggling ring for months, and I had stumbled onto their operation. They had set up the cabin as a trap, knowing that I'd be assigned to work there. The other deputies found my body 2 days later, buried in the woods not far from the cabin. It was over. The killers were brought to justice. But for me, it was too late. I never made it out. It was late summer, the kind of late summer that made the evenings feel cooler but still carried that humidity from the day's heat. The cabin, nestled at the edge of the forest, was an unexpected refuge. I had always been used to living in a suburban neighborhood, but when I bought the house next to Kyle and Laura, my life took a strange turn. Kyle, my neighbor, was one of those people who always seemed too perfect. His smile was polished, his house always neat, and he had that aura of confidence that made him the sort of guy everyone else wanted to be. His wife, Laura, was striking. Her blonde hair framed her face in waves, and she had this calm, collected demeanor. It wasn't until the strange events began that I realized there was much more to them than I initially thought. It all started when they invited me to their cabin for the weekend. I wasn't particularly close to them, just casual greetings over the fence or during short talks while taking out the trash. But when Kyle extended the offer, I couldn't say no. The idea of a weekend retreat sounded good. And besides, it was a chance to get out of the house and clear my head. The drive was longer than I expected, winding roads leading up to a remote area where the trees were thick, and the silence was almost oppressive. When we finally reached the cabin, I was taken aback by its location. So far removed from anything. No neighbors for miles. The air smelled different here, like earth and pine, and there was a quiet that settled over everything. The cabin itself wasn't large, but it was cozy. Wooden beams crisscrossed overhead, and there was a stone fireplace that dominated the main living room. Kyle and Laura were already settling in, and I was about to do the same when I noticed another person there. Laura's stepsister, Emily. I had heard a little about her, but she was never around much. She had long, dark hair and an aloof look in her eyes. It didn't take long for me to pick up on the tension between her and Kyle. Maybe it was just the way she kept stealing glances at him, but it was there, unmistakable. I didn't think much of it at the time. After all, it wasn't my business. That first evening was calm. We sat around the fire, drinking, laughing, and talking. The crackle of the logs in the fire and the occasional hoot of an owl outside were the only sounds. It felt like a perfect night until the atmosphere began to shift. I couldn't say exactly when it started, but by the time dinner was done, things felt off. I chalked it up to the alcohol and the remoteness of the place. Maybe it was just me, but I noticed that Laura seemed on edge. She kept glancing out the windows, as if expecting someone to appear from the dark woods. Emily was quiet, but she had a way of watching everything from the shadows. I didn't want to overthink it, so I excused myself and went to bed. I woke up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat. The air had turned cold, and the quietness outside seemed oppressive. The usual forest sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chirp of insects were gone. It was as though the entire woods had held its breath. I lay there for a while, staring at the ceiling, listening to the silence, trying to convince myself that it was nothing. Then I heard it, a soft thud, not from outside but from somewhere inside the cabin. I held my breath, straining my ears. Another thud. It was coming from the kitchen. I waited for a few minutes, thinking maybe it was just the house settling. But no, it came again, louder this time, then a faint sound, almost like something or someone moving through the kitchen. I pushed the blankets off and slowly crept out of bed, trying not to make a sound. My feet hit the cold floor, and I padded quietly toward the hallway. The door to the living room was slightly ajar, and I could see faint light flickering from the fire still burning in the hearth. I walked in, and to my surprise, I found Kyle standing by the window, looking out into the darkness. "Everything okay?" I asked, my voice low. He didn't answer right away, just stood there, staring. I followed his gaze but saw nothing. The woods were dense, and the darkness was thick. I almost thought I could make out figures moving at the edge of the trees, but it was probably just my mind playing tricks. "I thought I heard something," Kyle said, his voice strained. "Might have been the wind, or an animal." I didn't know what to say. Maybe he was just nervous. After all, he lived here with his wife and her sister, far from anything, and maybe the isolation was getting to him. We both stood there for a few moments before he turned and gave a quick, forced smile. "I'll head back to bed. Don't worry about it." But as he walked away, I caught a glimpse of something else. A shadow moving too fast, too deliberately, outside the window. My heart skipped a beat. Kyle didn't seem to notice, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The next day, the tension was thick. Kyle seemed distracted, his movements quick and jerky. Laura kept looking out the window, her eyes darting nervously to the trees. Emily stayed in the background, watching everyone with a calculating look on her face. The whole cabin felt like it was closing in on me, and I couldn't figure out why. The calm I had felt earlier was gone, replaced by something darker. It wasn't until we were sitting on the porch, drinking coffee, that things finally started to unravel. Laura, who had been unusually quiet all morning, suddenly turned to Emily with a hard look in her eyes. "I don't trust you here, Emily," Laura said, her voice low but sharp. Emily didn't flinch. Instead, she smiled that eerie smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "I don't trust you either," she said, her voice almost a whisper. The air between them grew cold, and I felt an odd sense of dread settle in my stomach. Kyle stood up abruptly, pacing away from the porch. Laura didn't take her eyes off Emily, and for the first time, I noticed the anger in her expression. It wasn't the first time I'd seen that look. In fact, it felt like something had been building for a long time. But it was only then that I realized that the three of them, Kyle, Laura, and Emily, had a complicated, tangled history that I had only glimpsed. As the day dragged on, I kept noticing small things I hadn't seen before, but in hindsight seemed obvious. The way Kyle's eyes would linger too long on Emily, or how Laura seemed to disappear for hours at a time, only to reappear with that tight, forced smile. I couldn't help but feel like there was something they weren't telling me. It was later that evening, after a dinner that felt like it was falling apart, that things took a more sinister turn. I was alone in the living room, staring into the fire, trying to make sense of everything when I heard something again. This time, the thud wasn't coming from the kitchen. It was coming from upstairs. I stood up, heart pounding. There was no way anyone else could have been up there. Kyle and Laura had been downstairs, and Emily hadn't moved. I crept toward the stairs, and as I reached the bottom, I saw the silhouette of someone moving in the hallway. The figure was tall and had a strange, jerky way of moving, like they were trying to be quiet but were failing. I backed away, my hand on the railing, when the figure turned, revealing Emily's face. But there was something wrong about it. Her eyes were wide, almost crazed, and her skin had a strange pallor to it. She didn't speak. She just stood there, staring at me. "Emily?" I managed, my voice barely above a whisper. She didn't answer. She just turned and moved toward the stairs, her movements slow and deliberate. I followed her, heart hammering in my chest. But as I reached the top of the stairs, I froze. There, in the dim light, I saw the truth. The entire cabin had been a trap. The twisted history between Kyle, Laura, and Emily wasn't just some family drama. It was something darker, something far more sinister, and I had been caught in the middle of it all. When I finally got out of the cabin, it felt like I had left the weight of a lifetime behind me. I never spoke to any of them again, but I knew, deep down, that something had broken in that cabin, something I could never forget. The silence that followed was deafening, and that's when I realized the real danger wasn't just the things you see in the dark. It was the things you never see coming. The cabin had always been my escape, a place where I could leave behind the chaos of everyday life. Tucked away in the arid, desolate stretches of New Mexico, it stood at the edge of a dry arroyo. There was no one around for miles except the occasional hiker or wildlife, and the isolation was part of what made it so peaceful. Or so I thought. It was late October when I decided to make the trip again. The air was crisp, and the leaves were beginning to turn gold, their dry rustle blending with the wind. I'd left my city life behind for a few days to recharge. It had been a rough year, work was stressful, and the city had a way of draining me. The cabin was supposed to be my sanctuary, a few days of solitude to reset, get some fresh air, and clear my mind. Nothing out of the ordinary, just a weekend in the desert, disconnected from everything. I arrived in the late afternoon, the sun hanging low in the sky, casting long shadows on the cracked earth. The cabin was a small, rustic place, built decades ago by my grandfather. It wasn't much, just a wood frame structure with a tin roof, a small porch, and a single room with a few basic amenities. The electricity was spotty at best, and water came from a well behind the cabin. It was primitive, but it was enough. After unloading my gear, I made my way inside, closing the door behind me and taking in the familiar, musty smell of old wood. There was a certain calmness in the air, a silence that you could almost feel pressing in on you. I liked it, though. The The stillness was soothing. I set up my things in the corner, unpacking my clothes and the few supplies I'd brought with me. As I moved about, my footsteps echoed in the empty room. The only sounds were the faint creaks of the old wood and the distant call of a crow. Nightfall came quickly, as it always did in the desert. By the time I had the fire crackling in the stove, the temperature had dropped, and the first chill of the evening had settled in. I'd eaten a quick meal, some canned chili, and a couple of tortillas, and now, as I sat by the fire, I felt that familiar peace. No calls to answer, no emails to check. Just me, the crackle of the fire, and the night outside. But it wasn't long before something felt off. I tried to ignore it at first. Maybe it was just the silence getting to me. The way the night had a way of creeping in when you were alone, the shadows just a little too long, the wind a little too gusty. I brushed it off and turned my attention back to the fire. But then I heard it, a sound, faint but distinct, a low thud, like something hitting the ground outside the cabin. I froze, listening. The wind picked up, howling through the trees, but the noise was different. It wasn't the wind. It was too solid, too deliberate. I stood up, uneasy, and walked to the window. The glass was cracked in a few places, the wood surrounding it weathered and old. I peered through the gaps, squinting into the dark. The desert was still. There was nothing to see, no movement, nothing out of place. I chalked it up to my imagination and decided to get some rest. But sleep didn't come easily. Every time I started to drift off, I was pulled back into consciousness by the slightest sound. A branch snapping, the wind gusting against the cabin. My mind kept circling back to that thud I'd heard earlier. What was it? A deer? A rock falling from the ridge? I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. At around 2 a.m., I woke up again, this time to a louder noise. A scraping sound, like something dragging along the ground just outside the cabin. My heart started to pound as I sat up in bed. I didn't want to get up, didn't want to look, but curiosity or perhaps fear got the better of me. I grabbed the flashlight from the nightstand and slowly made my way to the door. My hand shook slightly as I turned the knob, pushing it open. The cold desert air hit me immediately, sharp and dry, carrying the scent of sage and dust. I shone the beam of light out into the darkness. The ground was empty, nothing but the faint outline of the arroyo in the distance. I took a deep breath, feeling foolish. There was no reason to be scared. Nothing had happened. It was probably just an animal, or maybe I was hearing things in the silence. But as I stepped out onto the porch, something caught my eye. A faint glimmer of something metallic near the edge of the yard. The beam of my flashlight bounced off it, and I froze. It was a small, rusted metal object, half buried in the dirt. I crouched down to examine it. A piece of metal, jagged and torn, with dark stains along its edges. My stomach churned as I realized it wasn't just any piece of scrap metal. It was a knife covered in dirt and blood. Panic surged through me. I stood up quickly, the blood rushing to my head as I felt my breath quicken. I scanned the area again, this time more frantically. The beam of my flashlight caught nothing but shadows, and yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I ran back inside, slamming the door shut behind me. I locked it without thinking, my heart still racing in my chest. My mind was spinning. What the hell was going on? I needed to leave. I should have packed up and gone right then. But I didn't. Something kept me there, an instinct to stay, to face whatever was happening. Maybe it was the isolation, or maybe the fact that I was now too afraid to even contemplate leaving. I didn't know, but I stayed. Hours passed, or maybe minutes, I wasn't sure. My thoughts kept spiraling. I couldn't go to sleep now, not with the knife outside, not with whatever was out there. I kept the flashlight on, moving it around the room, trying to make sure nothing was hiding in the corners. I I tried to keep my mind occupied, but it was no use. My nerves were shot. At some point, I heard it again, a soft scratching. This time, it was closer, almost inside the cabin. I whipped around, shining the light toward the sound. There, by the door, a thin strip of wood had been scraped away. The floorboards beneath the door were starting to splinter, as if something was trying to pry its way in. My blood ran cold. The door was solid. There was no way it could have opened on its own. And yet, the sound was unmistakable. Someone or something was trying to get in. In that moment, I knew that I wasn't just imagining things. I wasn't alone. I grabbed my things and ran outside, not caring if I left everything behind. I made a break for the car, my heart pounding in my chest as I ran down the dirt path. My thoughts were a blur, but one thing was clear. I wasn't staying another night at that cabin. I wouldn't even finish packing up. When I finally got to the car, I slammed the door shut and started the engine. The headlights illuminated the path ahead, but I didn't look back. Couldn't. I drove straight to the nearest town, barely stopping for gas. I didn't even bother going back for my stuff. The cabin, the knife, the scraping sound, it didn't matter anymore. I was done. Later, I would find out that there had been reports of people going missing in that part of the desert. Not just hikers or tourists, people who had been staying in remote cabins like mine. No one knew what happened to them, but the local authorities suspected it was more than just wildlife. I couldn't shake the thought that whatever had been lurking outside that cabin, waiting for me, had been watching long before I arrived. I never went back to that cabin. I didn't need to. It wasn't the peace I was looking for, and it never would be. I never thought I'd find myself in this situation, but here I am, sitting in a small, creaky cabin in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by dense trees and the unsettling quiet of the night. The year is 2024, and I'm 32, just a regular guy who decided to get away for a weekend to clear my mind. I had been going through a tough time. Work was stressful and I needed a break, so I booked a cabin, thinking a few days in the wilderness would help me reset. The cabin was located in the backwoods of northern Idaho, a couple of hours outside of Coeur d'Alene. It was the kind of place you'd expect to find in a horror movie. A small, wood-paneled building with a slanted roof and a front porch that creaked when you stepped on it. No neighbors for miles, just miles of trees and dirt roads. At first, the isolation felt peaceful. I imagined long hikes through the woods, fishing in the nearby lake, and sitting by a fire at night, drinking beer and reading a good book. But as soon as I arrived, something felt off. It wasn't the cabin itself. On the outside, it was charming in its own way. But there was a presence in the air, a feeling I couldn't shake, the kind of unease that sits at the back of your mind, making you glance over your shoulder more often than you'd like. The owner of the cabin, a man named Charlie, was an older guy who greeted me with a handshake that was just a little too firm. He gave me a quick rundown of the place, how the generator worked, where the firewood was stacked, and that I should be careful about the wild animals that roamed around. He mentioned something about some local folks who lived a few miles down the road, but he was vague about it. After about 15 minutes, he was on his way, leaving me alone with the silence. The first few hours weren't so bad. I unpacked my things, set up the fire pit outside, and made myself comfortable. The sun dipped behind the mountains, casting an orange glow over the trees, and the temperature dropped. I went inside to make dinner, nothing fancy, just some canned soup and crackers. As I ate, the isolation began to settle in. The cabin creaked and groaned as if it was alive, the wind howling outside, pushing against the thin walls. But it wasn't just the wind that made me uneasy. It was the quiet, the absolute silence. No birds, no distant hum of a highway, no rustling of animals. It was like the woods themselves were holding their breath. That night, after I'd finished my meal, I decided to sit out on the porch. The sky was clear, and the stars seemed to stretch endlessly above me. I had a beer in hand, and for a while, I just sat there, listening to the sounds of the night. But then, out of nowhere, I heard something. A faint rustling in the woods nearby. It wasn't an animal. It was too deliberate, too slow. My heart rate quickened, and I stood up, scanning the dark tree line, trying to see if I could spot anything. But there was nothing. I chalked it up to the wind or perhaps a squirrel, though something about it didn't sit right with me. I went inside, locked the door, and tried to shake off the feeling of being watched. The next day was uneventful. I went for a hike, exploring the area around the cabin. The woods were dense, and the trail was barely visible, but I kept going, figuring I could use the exercise. The whole time, I felt like someone was just out of sight, trailing behind me. I kept turning around, half expecting to see someone or something in the distance, but there was never anything there. By late afternoon, I made my way back to the cabin, feeling more on edge than before. As I approached the front door, I noticed something strange. A small pile of dirt at the edge of the porch. It didn't look like it had been there before. The dirt wasn't scattered or blown by the wind. It was neat, almost like someone had intentionally placed it there. I knelt down, running my fingers through the dirt, and found something buried beneath it. A small, weathered rock, almost like a marker. It didn't seem significant, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was somehow important. I left it where I found it and went inside, locking the door behind me. That night, the wind picked up again, howling around the cabin, but I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing noises, twigs snapping, footsteps in the distance. But every time I got up to look, there was nothing. The next day, I decided to cut my trip short. This wasn't the relaxing getaway I had imagined. I was ready to go home, but when I packed up my things and went to leave, the truck wouldn't start. The engine sputtered but didn't turn over. I tried again. Nothing. I checked the gas. Plenty of fuel. I tried the battery. Seemed fine. But when I tried starting it a third time, I heard something in the woods. A low, distant hum like a drone. I froze, my blood running cold. The sound wasn't natural. It wasn't an animal, and it wasn't the wind. I grabbed my phone and tried calling Charlie, but there was no signal. Of course, I was in the middle of nowhere. That's when I heard it. Footsteps, slow and deliberate just outside the cabin. Not the kind of footsteps that would come from an animal. This was something human. I ran to the window, peeking through the blinds. I couldn't see anything at first, but then, as my eyes adjusted to the light, I saw a figure standing at the edge of the trees. A man. He was tall, wearing a dark jacket that blended into the shadows, but his face was obscured by the darkness. My heart raced. I couldn't tell if he was looking at me, but I had the distinct feeling that he was. I stepped back from the window, trying to steady my breath. My mind raced with thoughts of what to do. Should I confront him? Call for help? But there was no phone signal, and I had no way of knowing if he was alone. I decided to stay low, keeping out of sight. I could hear him moving around the cabin, the crunch of his boots on the gravel outside. He wasn't in a hurry. He was taking his time, like he knew I was inside, like he knew I was waiting for him to make a move. The minutes stretched into hours. I stayed as quiet as possible, not daring to make a sound. The only thing I could hear was the soft rustling of the trees and the occasional crunch of leaves underfoot. At one point, I thought I heard a door creak, but I wasn't sure if it was real or if I was imagining it. Eventually, the noise stopped. It was like the man had disappeared into thin air. The hum in the distance had faded too, leaving behind an eerie silence. I didn't dare move, not yet. I waited, unsure of how long I stayed there, frozen in place. But when I finally built up the courage to check, the figure was gone. There was no trace of him, no footprints, no sign that anyone had ever been there. I didn't waste any time. I grabbed my stuff, got in the truck, and managed to get the engine started on the first try. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I reached town, and I never did go back to that cabin. In the days that followed, I thought about what had happened over and over again. Who was the man? What did he want? And why had he been out there watching me? I never got answers, but I do know one thing. There's something out there in those woods. Something that doesn't want you to stay. Something that doesn't want you to know. The cabin was just a place to rest, but the forest, it's a place that holds secrets. And sometimes, it's better not to know what's hiding just beyond the trees. It had been a long day of hiking through the woods, the trees stretching high into the sky like skeletal giants. The air was thick with the earthy scent of damp leaves, the kind of smell that sticks to your clothes and lingers in your nostrils even after you've left the forest. The sun was just starting to set when I arrived at the cabin, and the last of the day's light barely filtered through the trees. I'd been looking forward to this trip for months. A weekend alone in a cabin, far away from the noise and distractions of daily life. Just me, nature, and the solitude. The cabin was tucked away in a small clearing, the wooden structure weathered by time but sturdy enough to feel safe. It had an old, rustic charm with a small front porch that creaked underfoot. The roof was slanted and covered with moss, the windows dark with the shadows of dusk. As I made my way to the door, I noticed how quiet it was. The kind of quiet that settles in deep, making everything feel still and heavy. The only sound was the rustling of leaves in the breeze and the occasional bird call, which quickly faded as the sun dipped lower. I stepped inside, the wooden floorboards creaking beneath my weight. The cabin smelled of old wood and something else, something faintly metallic. I chalked it up to age. The place hadn't been used in a while, and it wasn't unusual for cabins like this to have a bit of a musty scent. It had a few basic furnishings, a small table, an old couch with worn fabric, a fireplace with a pile of dry wood stacked neatly beside it. The windows were covered by heavy curtains that blocked out most of the fading light. I set my backpack down by the door and began unloading my gear. The place was quiet, almost too quiet, but I didn't think much of it. The solitude was exactly what I wanted, and the longer I stood there, the more I felt the weight of the world slip away. It was just me now. I started a fire in the fireplace, the flames crackling as they grew. The warmth spread through the cabin, and I sank into one of the armchairs nearby, letting the fire light dance across the walls. The glow flickered and shifted, casting long, exaggerated shadows. It was peaceful in a way that felt foreign, like everything in the world had slowed down just for me. But as the night stretched on, the peace started to feel more like a weight. I noticed the sounds. First, I thought it was the wind. Then I realized that the creaks and groans I was hearing weren't coming from the house itself, but from somewhere outside. The soft thudding of something moving in the woods, just beyond the trees. It wasn't an animal, or at least not one I could easily identify. It was a slow, deliberate sound, like footsteps. I stood up from the chair, my muscles stiff from sitting too long, and walked over to the window. The heavy curtains didn't allow much light in, but I pulled them back just enough to peer out. The darkness swallowed everything. The trees swayed gently, but there was nothing else. No movement, no sign of life. I shook my head, trying to push the unease away. It was probably just an animal, a deer maybe, or a raccoon. The kind of thing that makes noise but disappears as soon as you look for it. But still, the feeling gnawed at me, a tiny whisper in the back of my mind telling me to be cautious. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. I decided to step outside. The fire inside was still burning brightly, but I needed some fresh air, needed to clear my head. The cool night air hit me as soon as I opened the door, sending a chill through my body. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and stepped down onto the porch. The woods around me were quiet now, the wind almost non-existent. The only sound was the soft crunch of leaves underfoot as I walked down the small path leading away from the cabin. I didn't go far, just enough to take in the surroundings. The trees loomed tall and dark, their branches twisting and reaching like gnarled hands. The air smelled different out here, sharper, colder. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I spun around, heart racing, but there was nothing. Just the cabin in the distance, its flickering light like a tiny beacon in the vast expanse of dark forest. Still, the sensation lingered. I told myself it was nothing, just the isolation, the kind of feeling you get when you're alone for too long in a place like this. I stayed outside for a while longer, trying to shake the unease. Eventually, I made my way back to the cabin, the door creaking shut behind me. I locked it, then sat down at the table, trying to calm my mind. The fire crackled merrily in the corner, but it did little to ease the tension that had taken root in my chest. It wasn't until later, after I had eaten a simple dinner and cleaned up, that the real fear started to settle in. I had been reading a book by the fire when I heard it again, the thud. It was louder this time, closer. I froze, my eyes darting to the window. I couldn't see anything, but I felt it, that creeping, suffocating presence just outside the cabin. My heart pounded in my chest as I sat there, staring at the darkened woods through the glass. I had to know. I grabbed the flashlight I'd brought with me and walked to the door. My fingers trembled as I reached for the handle. The door was locked, but I double-checked it anyway before stepping outside again. I tried to keep my breathing steady, but my mind was racing. It was stupid to go outside in the dark like this, but the curiosity, no, the fear was too much to ignore. The air outside was colder than before, biting at my skin, and the woods felt even darker now. The flashlight's beam barely cut through the thick darkness. I moved cautiously down the path, each step feeling heavier than the last. My breath came in short bursts, misting in the cold night air. The thudding stopped. I paused, listening hard. There was nothing. No sound, no movement. The stillness was unbearable. I turned in a slow circle, my flashlight beam cutting through the trees. But there was nothing there. I exhaled slowly, trying to calm myself. It had to be nothing. Just an animal. Maybe the wind. But then I saw it. Just at the edge of the light's reach, there was something. A figure. Tall, thin, and pale, standing motionless among the trees. I froze, my blood running cold. It was a person, but they weren't moving. They were just standing there watching me. My heart pounded in my chest as I took a step backward, my mind racing. I couldn't see their face, just the outline of their body against the dark trees, but I knew, deep down, that they had been watching me for a while. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen in place, but the figure never moved. Slowly, carefully, I started to back away, my eyes never leaving the shadowy form. The footsteps I had heard earlier started again, but this time they were loud and unmistakable. Someone or something was walking toward me. I turned and ran. I ran faster than I thought possible, my feet pounding the ground as I sprinted back toward the cabin. My breath came in sharp gasps, my chest burning, but I couldn't stop. The figure was still there, still out in the woods, and the sound of footsteps was getting closer. I burst through the door, slamming it shut behind me and locking it with shaking hands. I leaned against the door, listening to the silence. The footsteps had stopped, but I wasn't alone anymore. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, my back pressed against the door, my eyes darting to every shadow. The fire had burned down to embers, and the cabin was cold. But I was too scared to move, too scared to sleep. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what had happened. In the morning, when the light finally broke through the trees, I ventured outside again. The air was still, and the woods were silent. There was no sign of anyone, no footprints in the dirt, no broken branches. It was as if the figure had never been there. But I knew better. I had seen it. I had felt its presence. And for the first time, I realized how small and insignificant I was in the vast, wild world of the forest. I left the cabin that day, not bothering to pack up. I just grabbed my things and left. As I drove away, I kept my eyes on the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing at the edge of the woods, watching me. But there was nothing. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I hadn't been alone. Not really. Not in that cabin. Not in the woods. I'll never go back there. I've worked as a park ranger in the northern parts of Montana for the last 6 years, and I've gotten used to the solitude that comes with the job. Most of the time, it's quiet. The wind through the trees, the occasional wildlife sightings, and the long shifts where the biggest threat might be a rattlesnake or the unpredictable weather. But there are nights, a few every year, when everything changes, when things go wrong, when the woods are not as friendly as they seem. It was the beginning of November, and the weather had already started turning. The leaves had all fallen, the sky was perpetually overcast, and the cold air had a way of biting deep into your bones. It was the kind of cold that made you want to curl up next to a fire and forget the rest of the world existed. Unfortunately, that wasn't an option for me. The ranger's cabin, my home during the long stretches of my shift, was a lonely building located in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by dense pine forests and miles of unmarked trails. I was alone that night. The rest of the rangers had gone to town for the weekend, leaving me to monitor the area on my own. I didn't mind it, honestly. I preferred it that way. There was something calming about the solitude. The silence was thick and almost comforting, like the forest itself was wrapping its arms around me, protecting me from everything else. I spent most of the day checking the trail markers, fixing a few fences, and making sure no illegal hunters had wandered into the area. The job was routine, easy even. The only thing that ever disturbed the peace was the occasional hiker, and most of them stayed on the designated paths. But that night was different. That night, things didn't stay quiet. The sun dipped behind the trees around 5:30, and the darkness quickly spread, leaving me in an eerie twilight that always made the woods feel like a different world. I had finished my rounds and was back in the cabin, drinking a cup of lukewarm coffee when I heard it. A faint knock on the door. Now, the knock didn't bother me at first. There were people that passed through occasionally, rangers from other stations, hikers who got lost, or even locals who might need help with something. But this was different. It wasn't a polite knock, like someone asking for help or trying to be friendly. It was a hard, fast knock. 3 quick bangs and then silence. I stood up from my chair and walked over to the door, a sense of unease slowly creeping up my spine. Through the small window, I could see nothing but the dark outline of the trees. I opened the door slightly, just enough to peek outside, but there was no one there, just the cold, silent night. For a moment, I thought maybe I'd imagined it, but then I heard it again, only this time it came from the back of the cabin, the direction of the woods. 3 knocks, same rhythm, no voice, no footsteps, just the knocks. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I felt my heart rate pick up. My first instinct was to reach for my radio, but I stopped myself. This was my job. I couldn't just call in for backup every time something felt off. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside, the cold air hitting me immediately. The beam from the flashlight sliced through the darkness, illuminating the path that led to the rear of the cabin. There was nothing there. No signs of movement, no footprints. just the rustling of the wind through the trees. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Something about the night felt wrong. I spent the next hour pacing around the cabin, checking every corner, making sure all the windows were locked and the doors were secured. Nothing was out of place, but the feeling of being watched never left. I tried to focus on something else. My tasks, the reports I had to file, but I kept glancing nervously out the window, half expecting to see someone standing in the dark. Around midnight, I heard the knock again, louder this time, coming from the woods. I froze, my hands still gripping the flashlight. This wasn't a random knock. This was deliberate. Someone, or something, was trying to get my attention. I should have called for help. I should have locked the doors, turned on every light, and waited until morning. But I didn't. Instead, I grabbed my rifle from the rack near the door and stepped outside once more, the chill of the night air biting into my skin. I had a job to do, and if someone needed help, I wasn't going to run from it. The knock came again, almost as if it was mocking me. 3 sharp, precise bangs. This time, I was certain it came from the trees, beyond the reach of the cabin's lights. I could feel the tension in the air, thick and suffocating. The forest had gone completely silent, and all I could hear was the sound of my own breathing and the beating of my heart. I moved toward the treeline, my footsteps crunching on the dry leaves and twigs. The flashlight beam bounced wildly, casting eerie shadows on the surrounding trees. As I walked deeper into the woods, the air grew colder, and the silence became oppressive. Then I saw it. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, a shadow moving between the trees. But when I focused the beam on it, I saw a figure standing there, just at the edge of the forest. A man, tall and thin, with a hood pulled low over his face. He didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there, perfectly still, watching me. I stopped in my tracks, unsure of what to do. My mind raced, but my body refused to move. Was it a trespasser, a hunter, or something worse? The man didn't seem to be carrying anything. No rifle, no bag, just standing there like some kind of sentinel. I called out to him, but my voice sounded weak in the vast emptiness of the forest. No response, just the rustling of leaves as the wind picked up. I took a step closer, my rifle raised in front of me, my finger hovering over the trigger. The man didn't flinch, didn't even acknowledge me. Then, just as quickly as he appeared, he disappeared into the woods. Not a sound, not a snap of a twig, nothing. He was just gone. I stood there for a moment, processing what had just happened. My mind screamed at me to run back to the cabin, lock the doors, and never come back. But I couldn't. I had a job to do, and I wasn't about to let some figure in the woods intimidate me. I cautiously moved in the direction he had gone, but I couldn't find a trace of him. No footprints, no broken branches. It was as if he had never been there. I made my way back to the cabin, every instinct in my body telling me to leave, to get in my truck and drive until I was out of the forest. But I stayed. I stayed because it was my duty, because I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that whatever had been in those woods wasn't done yet. I spent the rest of the night with the windows locked and the lights on, rifle in hand. I didn't hear any more knocks. I didn't see the figure again, but the feeling of being watched never left. The next morning, I went out to check the area once more. I expected to find something. Footprints, signs of the man, maybe something that would explain what had happened. But there was nothing. The woods were as calm and still as they always were. I reported it, of course, told the other rangers what had happened, but they didn't seem to take it seriously. Maybe they thought I was overreacting. Maybe they thought I'd just imagined it. But I knew what I saw. I knew what I felt. And I knew that something wasn't right in those woods. A week later, a hiker went missing in the same area. It wasn't the first time someone had gotten lost in the woods, but this one felt different. This one felt connected. The search teams never found him. The only thing they found was his backpack, abandoned in the middle of the trail. After that, I couldn't shake the feeling that the woods were hiding something that wasn't human. It's been years since that night, and I still think about it. Every time I hear a knock on the door or see a shadow move out of the corner of my eye, I remember that man in the woods, and I know deep down that the forest is not as safe as it seems, and I'll never forget the feeling of being watched.